Well, greetings and salutations, everyone. I hope everyone is doing well today. Today's upload is going to be very different than normal uploads. One, that it is going to be incredibly longer, and two, that it is actually full of one person's experiences put together because a lot of people have asked for it. So before we get into it, a couple links. As many of you know, I rely on Patreon, PayPal, channel membership, and the merch to help the channel to continue to grow and go. Links to Patreon, PayPal, and channel membership is in the description below. Merch displayed directly under the video. Also, Dogman Frightening Encounters, Volume 1 through 3, the audiobook versions. They were written and researched by Tom Lyons, narrated and produced by me, Jeff Nadolny. Those audiobooks are available on Audible, Amazon, and iTunes, links to which are also in the description as well. And finally, last but definitely not least, if you'd really like to help support the channel to continue to grow and go, simply subscribe. It doesn't cost a cent. Click that like button, takes half a second. If you don't want to miss out on any of the informative uploads I put out daily, click the bell icon, and folks, please leave a comment and share this video. Why? Well, because all of these things really do help the channel to continue to grow and go. And folks, they definitely do matter. Now, everyone, I have taken far too much of your time. Let's jump into today's upload, shall we? All right, guys, tonight I have a guest. I shared his encounter with you about 2 weeks ago. And my guest tonight has been on another channel. And tonight is Brad's Redemption. Brad, how are you?
Hey, Jeff. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for coming on. I really appreciate taking time out of your evening to share your experiences with us. And, I have talked to you for 2 times now for, about an hour and a half, 2 hours each time. I kind of feel like we're friends. I agree with a lot of what you say and a lot of your views and feelings. And through the grapevine, like everyone knows on the channel, I don't listen to other channels. And, I've heard that you got a bad rap. And I kind of wanted to give you an opportunity to, let everybody know what your views on your encounters and why, things went down the way they did. Like I said, Brad's Redemption. I don't feel like, the way you described everything, how it went down, I don't think that you did anything wrong. So I'm going to turn the floor over to you, and you can kind of...
You want me to, Jeff, would you like me to go over what I feel about that first, or would you like me to share my most recent encounter with you first?
Why don't we go for the most recent encounter, and then, or, whichever you're comfortable with.
No, that's how I would do it. Yeah,
okay.
Let's do it. I'll give you the encounter, and then you can, that might jog our memory as far as what other things that we want to talk about regarding me. But you did a great job, by the way, of sharing my encounter. You read it almost word for word, short some of my expletives, but my encounter, and I want to say first before I launch into this encounter that, I did not intend on seeing a Dogman. I now live in a different state, Arizona to be exact, and I had a friend who is a Canadian who drove down here. I believe it was the middle of June. I think this happened on Friday the 17th, if my memory serves. And he came down a few days before that, and he stayed, a few days after. I think he was here about a week. And he's a hunter, and he's up in, I think he's in Saskatchewan, is the province that he lives in. And I guess there's a lot of hunting there, and he's a pretty avid hunter, mostly deer and elk and that type of stuff. And he does know, he's one of my closest friends, and he does know about my previous experiences, but he doesn't really believe me. He thinks that because I'm a part-time writer, that I came up with these stories just to, like test a script out on an audience.
Right.
And I assured him that wasn't the case. For
and
any
you're
of
not
these.
a hunter at all either. You're a collector of firearms.
No, I'm nothing. I'm not tactical. I'm not a camper. I'm not an outdoorsman. I am an adrenaline junkie. I've been in a lot of fights. I like to, I've jumped out of planes. I bungee jumped. I used to surf really, really large waves when I was younger.
Right.
I do none of this stuff has been recently, right? In my early 50s now, so none of this is recently, but I am somebody that likes adrenaline. I love that feeling of almost losing control. And, I'm a gun guy, right? I'm not a gun nut, but, my grandfather was a collector. My father was a collector. I'm a collector. I've been around guns my whole life. I've spent probably hundreds of hours at the range. I used to be a member of a single action, which is like a cowboy gun, for those who don't know, single action shooting society member. So I got really good with that. I'm just a guy that spent a lot of time with I'm not really good with rifles, even, to be honest with you. Right. I have some rifles. I have, enough that I could defend myself, but I'm really just a handgun guy. That's my specialty. I like handguns, and I'm good with them. I'm accurate with them. At 30 yards and in, I usually don't miss.
Right.
And so, but other than that, I like to hike. I can hike 10 or 12 miles if I need to, and I've done it many times. So I do like to hike. I do like to be out in the outdoors, but I'm setting the stage for this so that your listeners know I'm not like a camper or an outdoorsman. I'm not tactical. I don't go in. I don't do tactical drills, or I haven't been to any tactical schools. None of that. So I don't consider myself any of those things. I just consider myself, an aging old surfer from Southern California who is good with a handgun and likes to hike. That's right. Really, and
you're not John Rambo.
No, I'm
right.
Definitely not John Rambo or John Wick, either
right.
one.
Yeah.
But I am somebody, though, that when somebody says I can't do something, or that I don't have the balls to do something, it puts a fire under me, and I'll see if I can do it just to say that I did it.
Right.
But getting back to my most recent, I just was setting the stage for some of your listeners who haven't heard me on another channel. So my buddy Kevin shows up, and he's there a few days, and he says, I'd like to do a little hunting. And so I said, okay, whatever. So I found a spot north of Flagstaff. You gave the where it was when you read it, so I won't go over that. But it was north of Flagstaff, east of Flagstaff, in some mountains that are set aside. I guess if you can hunt there. And it wasn't deer season, though, which was interesting, because I told Kevin, he had mentioned, well, I'd like to get a deer, but he, as a hunter, I'm sure he knew this, although he's from Canada. Maybe he didn't know our laws here, but it wasn't hunting season, and I told him that. And he's got a little bit of money, so he said, well, even if I get one, I'll just, and then there's a pretty big fine if you end up shooting one that's out of season. It's pretty substantial fine. But he said, well, if worse comes to worse, I'll just pay the fine. So I said, fine. So we ended up, we found a place to go. So this would have been Friday, June 17th. So coming up on a couple of months ago now. And we got in the car and we left, I don't know, 6 or 6:30 in the morning. It was about an hour and a half, maybe hour and 40 minutes to get there. And as you read, when you went over the story, we pulled into a gas station when we were getting pretty close to our destination. And we got out of the car, and we were going to go in and get a coffee and have it for the rest of the trip. And when we were walking into the mini mart, coming out, he had just come through the doors, was this old Indian man, and kind of smallish, 5'9" or so, hair in a ponytail, totally gray. When I say old, I really mean old. He was, I would say, early 80s. And he was walking directly in my path, and so out of respect, you know, I didn't want to bump into the guy. I stepped to my right, and he had eye contact with me the entire time. And when I stepped to the right, he quickly stepped over in the same direction and got right in front of me. And he took a few more steps towards me, and he put his hand on my heart, which, needless to say, you know, it took me by surprise. First I thought he was going to like hit me, but he was very gentle. He just put his hand on my heart, and he said, "Strong spirit, but your risk taking, your recklessness." I'm sorry to guess what he said. "Your recklessness and your risk taking are going to get you killed." And then he removed his hand. He smiled at me, and he walked over to his car. He was under the canopy, just like our car was. In fact, I think he was in the next car over. And as we watched him, Kevin looks at me and he goes, you know that guy?" I shook my head and I said, "I've never seen that guy before in my life." And he thought that was strange. I thought it was strange, you know, and the more I thought about it, the stranger that it got. You know, it kind of got into my head as we were driving. We got our coffee and we put the gas in the car, and I was driving, and we went on to our spot, right? But as we were driving, that kind of started getting into my head. Like, how could he have possibly known that? How would he know that I'm a risk taker? And how would he know that, you know, I've been told earlier in my life that I have a, you know, quote unquote warrior spirit, or a strong spirited person, you know, independent, and which is what I took it. That's how I took it to what he meant. And I don't know that for sure, but that's how I took it. And, so as we were driving, Kevin mentioned that, he goes, "That's really odd that guy would say that." And I said, "Yeah, I said, I told you weird stuff has happened to me my whole life, man. So this isn't anything new." But I said, it is kind of odd that he knew that. And I don't typically believe in any of that Indian or Native American, if you will, mumbo jumbo stuff, the curses and I don't believe in any of that stuff, really. And but I have to admit that I thought it was odd that he knew those things about me, even though we'd never seen each other before. So we got to our site, parked the car off on the side of the road, and Kevin said to me, like, "How you feeling today?" or something along those lines. And I said, "I'm good. Why?" And he's like, "Well, I feel like, you know, really doing some hiking. So let's go way back up in there." I said, "Okay, whatever." And he's my age. We're both born in the same year. He's a little bit smaller than me. He's about 5'11", maybe 180 pounds. And for your guess, I'm a fairly decent sized guy. No giant, but I'm about 6'3", maybe 230, 228, somewhere in there. And he was carrying a Tika rifle, which is a very, very nice rifle, a high-end bolt-action rifle, 7mm. And then he had I think it was a CZ 9mm that he was carrying as his sidearm. And I didn't have a rifle with me, for your listeners and those listeners who have heard me before. I didn't even have a rifle on me. I wasn't carrying a long arm of any I had a 357, a 686 plus, 7-round 357 on my thigh. And as usual, I was carrying a 2.5-inch in my ankle holster that underneath my pants. That was our entire arsenal. We did not go there. I repeat, we did not go there to hunt a dogman, to kill a dogman, to even see a dogman. In fact, he and I, before that, as we were driving, we didn't even talk about Dogman. We talked about him. We talked about Dogman when he first got here.
Right.
We talked about it a little bit, but we didn't talk about it at all.
Yeah, you were under the impression, like you stated, that, you know, and you said, hey, if you shoot a deer, it's going to be a lot of money. You know, you were just under the impression that you were going on a hike, you know, and that's what what your agenda was for the day. You weren't going hunting. You were just hiking with your buddy.
No, I was wearing some loopholed binoculars, and he had said, and I'm not really a hunter. I've been hunting maybe twice in my life, but I'm not a hunter of any. In fact, the only thing I've ever killed is a Dogman, right? And so when we were hunting, when we were out there, he had said, "Will you just be my eyes for me, and help me?" He has a scope on his rifle. He had a really nice scope on his rifle. I think it was a loophole as well. But anyway, he said, "You just be my eyes, and you look for me. Help me find things. And when you're scanning like a spotter." And I said, "Yeah, no problem." That's all we were going out there for. I just want to make that perfectly clear. I know I'm belaboring the point, but I want to make it perfectly clear. We did not have any intention of seeing, hearing, listening, none of it regarding a Dogman. It was the farthest thing from our minds when we, and like I said, we didn't even talk about it once on the trip out there or the day of this. So I'd say maybe an hour and a half or two, maybe an hour of walking. It's probably, I don't know, around 11 at this point. Maybe, maybe a little earlier, maybe 10, something along that late morning time. And we came up. We were walking through fairly thick. It was forest, but it wasn't like when you picture forest like where you're from, Jeff. Where it's real dense and there's trees every 2 yards.
Right.
That's not what this was. This was like a tree here, a tree there, but there was enough of them you would still say that it was like a forest, right?
Right.
I guess you call it an Arizona forest. People that are from Flagstaff who are going to be listening to this, they're going to know exactly where I'm talking about. But we were walking through, and really it was a really nice day. Things were really quiet, but not as quiet as they were about to get. But they were quiet and peaceful. All we could really hear was our walking as we were going through. It was peaceful. The air was crisp. It was hot. It's June, right? It was pretty hot, but it was pleasant, very pleasant actually. And we came, I'm going to say it was an hour and a half into our walk, because I was starting to get tired. And as we were coming through the forest, we came up to this like opening, and there was to our right, and I'm going to try to describe this as best I can like I did on the other show so people can really try to picture what happened. So as we come through the forest, or a light forest we'll call it, right, to our right and up maybe a little bit elevation-wise was this knockdown tree, whatever wood, I don't know what type of wood it was. I'm not even into that. I don't know what type of wood it was, but it was like a white color, like, because it had been petrified, it looked like, and it had been there for many, many years. It was probably 50 feet, if I had to guess, maybe, 40 to 50 feet, right? And it was laying on the ground facing this open, semicircled, almost looked like a stage, because there was like a half circle where there were trees in the forest, and then there was this open area where it was just rocks and a few shrubs, but basically flat, almost like you would envision an amphitheater back in the
Roman day. I was just going to say that kind of.
Yeah, at Greek or Roman days, you would picture an amphitheater. It was kind of like that, and it was even elevated a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit. And then it kind of went down into a little gully, and then it was elevated back where we ended up sitting down on the log. So as we saw this, right, there was trees on the right, trees on the left, and then trees back on the far end of this semicircle, and then there were no trees. It was open. So it was almost like we could see into this semicircle, if your listeners can picture that. So as we got over to the log, I said, "Oh, this is perfect height, man. We can sit on this. Why don't we stop and eat?" It was probably, I'm going to say, I might have been off on the times here. I think it was probably closer to 11 when we sat down there. And I had brought, peanut butter sandwiches and some water, some beef jerky, and I think I brought something else too. But anyway, we sat down and, we started eating, and we had finished, we were talking, and I noticed, like, right as I was finishing my sandwich or getting towards the end of it, right, I noticed that it got quiet. and any of your listeners that know, I've listened to your show before, they know what that quiet means.
Silence, yeah.
The silence, and it was deafening, right? It got really quiet, and I said to, actually Kevin said to me, he said, man, I got a bad feeling, dude. And I said, yeah, I know, me too. And my head was on a swivel, right? And that was the first time that Dogman even popped into my head. From the beginning of all of this, when all this morning started with him, this was the first time that it occurred to me. Like, this was the same thing happening all over again, where it got silent, right? Now, we still hadn't heard anything. It just got silent. There was no bugs, nothing. In fact, I could hear myself chewing. That's how silent it was. And, I'm looking around, and Kevin, he said again, he's like, dude, something's up. I just don't feel right. And he even stopped eating and put the sandwich back in the plastic bag. And I was carrying the backpack with the food in it, so he put it back into my backpack. And I finished my sandwich, and I'm starting to drink the water, and I'm like, yeah, this doesn't feel right, man. And so we were kind of worried, and he's like, well, do you want to go? And I said, well, I don't see anything. I don't hear anything. And he's like, are there bears here? And I'm like, I don't think so. I mean, maybe black bear, but I know there's not grizzly. Right. Even in northern Arizona, I'm pretty sure there's no grizzly bear or something that big, right? And I don't think there's wolves either. So I said, it could be a mountain lion or something like that. But I said, you got a 7mm. It's not going to be a problem if it's a mountain lion. So we sat there, and then I don't know. I'm trying to remember exactly how long after that we had decided we were going to get up and keep walking a little further into it, because there was where the semicircle was, there was like a I don't want to say an opening, but that's for lack of a better word or term. There was kind of an opening on the far side, because we were in front of the semicircle. And if we kept going straight, we would go back into the forest, right, and keep walking. And there was a hill in the distance, and he wanted to kind of get to the base of that hill. So I said, okay, well, we're not that far from that, so let's just keep going. When I sent you that email, it was still fresh in my mind. Right. Or more fresh in my mind. So whatever it says in there is probably more accurate. I'm trying to do this based on on my memory. But it seems like I said to Kevin, because I'm hard of hearing, and I said to him, did you hear that? And he goes, no. So I'm listening, and then it sounded to me like somebody walking right through the brush. A ways away from us still. It was kind of distant.
Okay.
And so Kevin goes, oh, yeah, now I hear it. So, I put my binoculars up. I'm looking around. I don't see anything. And he looked through his scope. He didn't see anything. And I said, well, I don't, that could be anything, right? And so, but sure enough, maybe 15 seconds after I said that, we see this really large, I don't want to call it black. To me, it looked more like a chocolate-colored brown wolf, right? It was on all fours. Comes through the thing, right? And immediately when I saw that, I don't remember if we had sat down behind the log. I just don't remember what the events were, if we sat down behind the log. But I remember when we saw that, I told Kevin, I said, and he was already looking through it, and he goes, that's a big wolf, man. So I walked around the log, and I was on the far side of the log, right? And I kind of bent down, and I was looking through my binoculars, and, he was kind of like the wolf was kind of like sniffing on the ground. He was acting like a dog, his tail was wagging a little bit. And then he went over towards a tree, and he was sniffing at the base of a tree at the far end of the semicircle. And, it really did, just at that point, it was looking like a wolf. But I said, that's a really big wolf, right? So, of course that fear came over me, right? I'm like, you know what? that's too big. That's not a 150-pound timber wolf. That's way bigger than that.
Right.
And Kevin concurred. He was like, yeah, that is big, dude. And I said, you know, at this point, the creature, this animal hadn't seen us yet, right? So I got down behind the log was probably, I don't know, 18 to 20 inches off the ground, right? So I got down. I wasn't all the way down, but I was still, you know, I was crouched down. And, you know, Kevin, as he was, you know, staring at this, I could see his face, right? And when I looked over at him, I could see that he'd never seen this before, right? Something this large before, right? And he kind of got this, like, I don't want to say he went white, but that's what it appeared to me, is that he was kind of going white on me. And as he was looking at it, you know, he turned his head and he looked at me and he's like, dude, I don't think that's a wolf. And when he said that, I looked through my binoculars, right? And as I'm looking at this thing, sure enough, this thing, like, stands up, right? And when it stood up, I can't tell you, I think I said it in the letter or the email that I sent you, I can't tell you the fear that I had. And, of course, the first thing that popped into my mind was, not again. There's no way. And that's what I told you earlier when we were talking. This is hard to believe that this could happen to somebody this many times. Yeah. I understand it's hard to believe. I get it, because I would have a hard time believing it. But here it is. Here's this animal standing on its hind legs, and now it's like sniffing into the air. And when I saw it sniffing into the air, I knew it had caught scent of us, right? And I realized at that moment that I was still within its sight. If it would have turned and looked at me, it would have seen me. So I kind of panicked, and I don't know if it was the motion of me moving so quickly to get down on my belly, or if it was the sound that I made when I hit the ground. But as I went down, Kevin was looking through the scope, right? He was just over the log, and he said that it turned and looked our way. It didn't look right at us, but it looked our way when I got down, right? So I ended up crawled a little bit to the very end of the log, because we were already pretty close to the end of it. I crawled to the end of it and kind of like lurched to my body sideways so I could see around it. So I was lower, but I could still see it. I don't know if that makes sense, but
so you were kind of like, you were almost laying right next to the log, kind of using that
on the ground,
yeah,
on my elbows. Yes.
Yep.
Yes. I wasn't any taller than the log, so I didn't stand out, but I could still see him. Now there was brush and there was, shrubs and stuff that were in between where our position was and where this, turned out to be a Dogman was, right? And so I would say that we were, I think I told you this in the email, but I think as best I could tell, we were about 80 yards. And so, I'm trying to remember the exact sequence of events here so that I get this right. So then, as we were watching it, he kind of stood up and he sniffed, and he kept doing that, right? And at one point, he turned directly towards us and sniffed. And I told Kevin, I said, he can smell us. And Kevin said, he goes, "Is that an effing Dogman?" I said, I'm not 100% sure, but I said, I'm pretty sure that it is, because I've never seen another animal stand up like that, and he seems to be walking on his hind legs. So I'm going to say that that's probably a Dogman. And we're talking in really low, in case your audience is wondering, we were talking in whispers.
Right.
Kevin and I were only about 4 feet apart, so 5 feet.
Really quick, he is the one couple of times that you guys spoke about this. He, like you said, skeptical about it.
No, he thought I was making this up.
Right.
He thought, even when I told him that I had killed one of these animals, he thought that I was, again, because I do a little writing on the side. I'm not a professional writer by any stretch, but I do a little writing on the side. He thought that I was testing a script. That's what he said. That
right.
I was testing a script for an audience to see how they received it, and if it would maybe be picked up like as a movie or something. And I told him, I said, Kevin, I swear to you, brother, that's not what I'm telling you. What happened, how it happened, and all 3 of the encounters he knew about.
Right. Now, what was his face like when he said, "Is that an effing Dogman?" and you said, "I'm pretty sure that is."
Well, Kevin's got these blue eyes. I have green eyes, right? He's got these blue eyes that are very, like, what I call telling. And when you look into his eyes, you can almost see what he's thinking, right? And I saw nothing but unadulterated fear in his eyes, because even at 80 yards, you could tell by the reference points of how tall the Dogman was to the trees that he was around 8 feet.
Okay.
And I would say weight-wise, he's not the biggest one. The biggest one, was on another encounter I ever saw, was close to 9 feet and probably 600 pounds. This one, if I had to guess, I'm not saying I have an expert opinion, but my opinion would be he was probably close to 8 feet and about 500 pounds.
Okay.
And when he walked, you could hear the thumping when he walked. So he must have had some weight. If he was only 150 pounds, you wouldn't have heard him as he was walking through the forest like we did from that distance, right?
Yep.
So now I'm trying to remember the exact sequence of events at this point. So when, Kevin and I were talking, I looked at Kevin and I said, shh, because I had seen him look our way a couple of times. Now, I don't think he saw us, because he didn't act like he did at all, but he did look our way a couple of times. So I'm sure he either heard, and they have great hearing, right? Yeah. That he either heard the rustling or maybe the whispers or something, but he just couldn't place where it was. I have to say to anybody listening, I never even drew my gun. This entire encounter, what I'm about to tell you, I never even drew my gun. I never even pulled my gun at all. Right. Kevin was only using his to look through. So at some point, again, if people, go back and listen to what your show from 10 days ago or a couple weeks ago, if they want the exact, and I'm trying to do this on memory, and if I'm off on the sequence of events, what I'm saying is absolutely true and how it happened, but what I want to get right is the sequence of events, and that's what I'm not 100% sure that I'm giving the right sequence of, say, like this happening before that happened, but the sum and substance is there. So at some point when we're watching him, right, I hear again, like coming from the opposite side of the semicircle, I hear more footsteps, also heavy. And so now the Dogman, who's he's looking around, sniffing, right? He's just doing what Dogmen do, right? He didn't appear, in my opinion, I don't think he knew that we were there 100% yet. He was about to know, but he did at that moment. I don't think he knew.
Okay.
And so here comes this, I'm just going to say, a man, right? Here comes this really large, after we heard the crunching of leaves, we noticed, and I'm watching this entire thing through my binoculars, and these are really good binoculars, so I can see everything perfectly clearly at 80 yards. Perfect. And I hear this crunching, and I notice that at one point the Dogman then turns immediately. He takes about 3 steps back, and he's facing whatever this is that's coming through the other side. There's probably, I would say, 15 yards between the Dogman, and here comes this large, for lack of a better descriptive term so your audience understands, Nordic man with, like I said, and I don't want to belabor the point, but I really like women, so I don't want people to take this the wrong way. But he was the most beautiful man I've ever seen.
Right.
And he comes through the forest, and he's wearing this. I mean, the clothes didn't look that outlandish, but they just didn't. He had a black mock neck on, or maybe it was dark gray, and he had a light gray, what I would call like a windbreaker looking thing, and then these pants on that were a similar color to the jacket. Or no, actually they were a little bit darker. They were more like the mock neck, and then he had these like kung fu looking shoes. They weren't kung fu shoes, but that's what they looked like to me, because they didn't really have a heel on them. And he had this like wrapping like like the World War I soldiers had those things that they'd put on over their boots, so their boots wouldn't get caught in stuff, and then like it would come up above the bottom of their pants.
Yeah, so things couldn't get in their pant too. Yeah.
Right. It was similar to that, but it was just cloth that he had wrapped, tightly around.
Okay.
And he was wearing these like dark colored kung fu shoes, right? He had socks on. The only thing you could really see of him, everything was covered except his hands and his face. And he looked sunburned, but he had this, what I would call a long flat top type hairdo. I told you this in the interview, or in that when we first talked. He looked like he was much better looking than Dolph Lundgren, but that's who he reminded you of from Rocky IV.
Right.
Just that same type of haircut, platinum blonde hair like that, these piercing blue eyes that I could see through the binoculars. That's how blue his eyes were. I could see them looking through the binoculars at 80 yards away. Okay. So that should tell you how blue his eyes were.
Right.
And here he comes out, right, and he's wearing, now it wasn't a katana, but for lack of a more descriptive term, that's what it appeared like, and people don't know that's a samurai sword, right? It looked like a samurai sword, maybe a 2.5-inch blade, and then he had look to me, I don't know this for sure, I'm just speculating here, but it looked like a matching dagger that was maybe 12 inches long.
Okay.
On his hip, on his, I guess you call it his hip, on the opposite, which would have been his right side.
Right.
And he
Not to correct you, but 2.5 foot, you meant, right? Not 2.5 inch.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. I just wanted to get it so people could, there was no mistake.
Yeah, not 2.5 inches. That would have been a problem, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So, and he had this like scabbard on the back of he had some sort of a strap that was holding the scabbard on the back, right? And you could see the sword handle sticking up above his head. Now, for your audience, when I say that this man was large, I'm not just saying it because I'm at 6'3" and we'll call it 230. I'm not a giant, but I'm a pretty decent sized guy. And this guy was, well, later on, as I get into the story, I know for sure he was about 6'8", but I even guessed him at that when he first came out. I said, this guy's got to be 6'7", 6'8", 265 pounds, a large man.
Right.
Not just a 6'3" guy and the 225 pounds. No, this was a large man, and you could see that he was muscular through his clothing, and his clothing wasn't tight, it was baggy.
Okay.
Well, at least the jacket was kind of baggy, but the mock neck looked like it was tight, but he had a jacket over it, and you could still see how big this dude was. So he comes through this like opening, and as he comes through, the Dogman kind of looks surprised and takes another few steps backwards. And as he does that, this man reaches behind and he pulls out the katana, and he does that thing, and I know you mentioned it, I don't know what it's called, but people who know swords will know what I'm talking about. That thing where you twirl it in your hand, right?
Yeah.
And he does it with one hand, right? And he just, he moves the sword, right? And at that moment, I think that was the moment where Kevin said, "Are we on a movie set?" And I looked at him and I go, "It kind of seems that way, right?" We're whispering, right? It kind of seems that way. And then Kevin, I think it was a little before that, now that I'm thinking about it, but again, go back and read the story if you guys want the actual.
Yeah, I'll put the link to the story in the description, so people.
I'm trying to get the sequence of events, but I think I'm off on that. But Kevin at some point had said, "Are we on a movie set?" And I'm like, "It sure looks like it, right?" But there were no cameras, there was no other people. We were totally alone, so I don't think we were on any type of a movie set, right? I mean, I just don't. But Kevin had said when this guy came out, Kevin lost his composure a little bit, and he gave away our position. And he kind of was babbling, and he's like, "Dude, should I shoot it? That guy's gonna get killed, man. That guy's gonna get killed."
Yeah.
And when he said that, both the Dogman and this individual look, it's almost like we interrupted their about to be battle, and they both turned and looked at us, and I knew at that point that they knew we were there, because Kevin, he had lost control a little bit. He said it way too loud, and I knew they heard us because they looked as soon as he said it. And he said it a couple of times, and he's like, dude, should I shoot it? Should I shoot it? And I said, no, man, just be quiet. Be quiet. He kept going, and I looked at him, and, I don't normally talk to my friend that way, but I could tell he was, he was scared, right? And so I said, shut the F up. And so,
yeah, he's losing it at that point.
He kind of gathered himself a little bit, right? And I think he said, copy that, something along those lines. And so as soon as I got him to quiet and I looked back, they were still staring at us, right? So I knew that they might not have been able to see our actual position, but they knew somebody was there at that point.
Right.
So the Dogman took 2 steps forward, and when he did, this man tilted his sword back and put the tip right against his forehead and closed his eyes. And I remember thinking, what? I remember my exact thought was, who in the hell is this guy? Because he seemed so calm, so like he had done this before. Right. And maybe he has, but I'm just, you don't know that when you're, you got to try to put yourself.
At this point, you don't know anything.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't know anything. You got to try to put yourself in my shoes. Your audience should put themselves in my shoes. I'm viewing this with all my baggage that I bring, and here I am now seeing this again. I'm not involved myself, but I'm watching this much stranger event than any of my encounters. I'm watching this strange event unfold, and here's this tall Nordic-looking, Anglo-looking dude closing his eyes when he's got a Dogman 30 feet in front of him and putting the tip of his spear against his forehead, and it looked to me like he was praying. That's what it looked like. And then he opened his eyes again. He did that twirl in his hand, and he pointed the sword right at the Dogman. Right? And they kind of stood, and they weren't moving. Both of them were just kind of locked in a stare. I don't know if they were thinking about what they were going to do, but then all of a sudden, it kind of took me by surprise how quick. I know how fast they are, but when you see them move, it's always, a little overwhelming to see just how quick they move, right? And he closed the distance so quickly. But what was more startling was how this guy brought the katana up to his right and slashed down, if your audience can understand what I'm saying, slashed down from top right to bottom left. And as he did it, he kind of did I don't even want to, I don't know how to explain it, but he was able to do that and move. He twisted his body and he moved. And while he was moving, he ducked because the Dogman swiped with his left hand, and he had his claws out. He swiped with his left hand, and the guy was able to avoid it, but he had put a deep gash in the chest, so deep that the Dogman put his hand up on his chest, and he turned around, and when he turned around, you could see the ray. He was bleeding from his chest big time. The Dogman and this guy were standing in the opposite places they had been when they started this fight, right? The man was on the other side, and the Dogman was on the other side, and they had squared off again. And so there was a little break in the action where they were just staring at each other. And I swear to you, I can't say for sure, but it looked to me like the dude smiled at him.
Yeah.
Like he looked at this creature and smiled at it, right? And you
like
a
mocking kind of smile, like
a mocking smile, like you don't know what's just about to happen.
Right.
That's what I took it, right? And so the Dogman was just like, he took his hand off his chest, and he was like, I don't know how to explain it, but he was kind of doing like this thing with his hands. He was like he was shredding something, wanting to get at him, and he was growling and really loud and snarling. I mean, just frightening stuff, right? And so I looked back at the man, and he's just standing there, right? And sure enough, they're probably only 15 feet apart. And so the Dogman maybe takes 3 steps, and he had closed half the distance in those 3 steps, right? And to my surprise, this man took 3 steps forward as well and drove the katana with both hands into the stomach and out up the. He drove it through the stomach, but it kind of went up and came out the back of the Dogman. And then as he did it, he kind of did a tuck and roll to his left, like towards us, but to his left. And the Dogman, and then he kind of turned around. The Dogman kind of spun around a little bit. And after he did this, the blonde guy actually turned his back and was looking out at us. And the Dogman was kind of going left and right and left and right. He was kind of like wavering. You could tell he was done just by looking at him, right? And the man was out, like, it was almost, I felt like he was looking at us, and he wasn't looking directly at us, but he was out looking like he was saying, to me it seemed like he was saying, did you guys see that? that was the feeling that I got, right? And so he had his back, this is how confident he was. He actually had turned his back on this Dogman. Apparently he knew he had him, because the Dogman kind of wavered and went right. He turned around a little bit, and he was kind of choking, and blood was coming out, and he's making all these noises. You could tell he was done, right? And so he fell only maybe 6 feet from the feet of this guy. So the guy takes his little, not a little, but it's a big dagger, 12-inch dagger out, and he walks up and he grabs the head, and he like lifts up the head. The Dogman was still alive at this point. He was a goner, but he was still alive. And he like grabs his head and he lifts it a little bit, and he plunges this thing into the neck of the Dogman.
Wow. And
I heard Kevin go, "What the F? Who?" And I'm starting to like go. And I said to Kevin, and this is the time I said to him, I said, "Dude, we got to be on a movie set or something. I mean, what?" And he's like, "Dude, there's got to be camera." He said that. He's like, "There's got to be cameras around here or something. This is some sort of we're watching some sort of special effects or something." And I said,
"Cryptid Kill Bill or something."
Yeah, it was we were just speechless. And so when after he drove it in, he kind of stood up, right? And he looked at it for a second, and you could see the Dogman slowly stop. He was moving, and then he stopped moving, right? And the man was just looking down at him, right? And then he turned and he walked out towards the end of, or like, the beginning of this semicircle, right? And he spoke directly to us. And he said, "You guys can come out now." Just like that. Regular American English. No English speaking, from England type, just a regular. It almost sounded like he was from California, to be honest with you. Just the way he said, "You guys can come out now," just in that calm of a voice, right? So then he goes back, and we're still watching, and he goes back, and he pulls out the knife. He pulls out this little cloth from inside of his jacket, and he wipes down his dagger and puts his dagger back in its sheath. And then he pulls out he had to like move the Dogman's body a little bit, and he pulls out his knife, and with the same cloth, he wipes the blade down, right? And I noticed that when he did that, there was no blood of any kind. It looked the same way it looked when he brought it out from his jacket. He wiped off the blood, put the thing back inside pocket of his jacket, is what it looked like to me. And then he did this thing where he placed his sword back in the sheath that was on the opposite side. If you know, like when people wear a scabbard on their back like that, it's usually to one side of the head or the other. Well, with his right hand, he took it without finding it with his left hand and found the opening of the sheath. That's a 1 in a million type thing, right?
Yeah, just
and he was able to. Yeah, it was almost impossible, and he got it in on the first try, like he had done it so many times before. And so Kevin and I, at this point, and I might be out of sequence here on exactly, but you get the gist of it. And so we're looking at each other, and Kevin goes, "What do you think?" And I said, I don't really know what to think, Kevin. Just like that. I said it just in that tone. I said, "I don't really know what to think." And I said, he's like, "Well, you think this guy's dangerous?" I said, "He very well could be dangerous." And then he said again, this man said again, he's like, "I'm not going to hurt you guys." And so I looked at Kevin and I whispered and I said, "Okay, don't point the gun at him, but keep the gun and keep your rifle in your hand. Just don't point it at him. And Kevin looked at me and he says, okay. So we stood up and we made eye contact with him finally. And we're about now, I'd say, because he'd walked to the outer end of this circle. So we were maybe 60 yards from each other. So we started walking, and he went back at this point over by the Dogman. And so we were walking up, and as we got up to him, I think I said first, however it's written in the story is how it went down, but I think I said first, where did you come from? And he said something like, I was out hunting, right? I think that's what he said, something along those lines. And, he had said, I think we said something along the lines of, or I said, well, he asked what we were doing, right? And we said, well, we were out hiking, we were, hunting. And I think I said, but I wasn't hunting this. And he said, not this time. And he smiled at me, and he called me by my first name, Brad. And he knew Kevin's name too.
Yeah.
And Kevin said, again, and I know I'm belaboring this, but I want your people to know how it's written, how you wrote it is actually how it happened. I'm trying to remember what he said, when he said it, and the sequence, but I'm just going to say what I think I remember. Kevin said, how do you know our names? And this guy said, oh, I think you know the answer to that. And he kind of smiled at us. And he had said when we walked up, he said, don't shoot. He put his hands up jokingly, right? He said, don't shoot me, Kevin.
Yeah.
And Kevin looked like he was about to shit his pants, to be honest with you. And so I said, where did you come from? And he goes, oh, I was out. And he goes, I was just hunting. I said something like, you were hunting with that? I said, you don't even have he's like, well, and he pointed to my 357 and he goes, that's cheating. He goes, if you really want to hunt one, something along the lines, if you really want to hunt one, the best way to do it is a sword. I started laughing, and he pointed at my gun, and he goes, those are cheating. And he goes, and you well know, Brad, how hard it is to kill one with those.
Yeah.
And when he said that, it felt like he was reaching into my soul, and he was, you can tell when I'm talking about it, it's almost too much for me to even believe that I lived it. And so we said a couple other things, and then I said, what's your name? No, that was after. I think that's when he was walking away. Yeah, that's when he was walking away. I think I said something like, so, what do you, and he goes, that's right. I said, what do you guys call these things? And he goes, well, I believe you guys call them Dogmen.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, you guys, well, aren't you a member of you guys, right? But yeah. I didn't say that at the time, but that's what I was thinking. And I said, well, what do you guys, and I kind of joked when I said that. I was, kind of had a smile on my face. I said, well, what do you guys call them? And he goes, well, they have many names, but the one we use most is Hellhound. I said, Hellhound, that makes sense. Mm-hmm. And he's like, that makes sense. And he said, you guys got to be careful out here. And I said, really? And then I don't think you wrote this I don't think I wrote this in the email, but I forgot. But he had said, he was out here for you, Brad. And I said, who was out here for me? And he pointed down at the Dogman. And I thought that's what sent chills through and I said, really? We didn't, and then I reiterated, I said, we didn't come out here to hunt this. We came out here just to hike, and Kevin wanted to get a deer or something.
Right.
And he's like, well, he was here. He was here because you were here. And I just kind of shook my head, and I was, I didn't know what to say. And he goes, you guys really got to keep your head on a swivel when you're out here. And I said, yeah, no shit. And he kind of chuckled. And he said, well, I guess I better be getting back. and then he picked up the ankles of both legs and put and like you would carry a if you were going to drag something behind you, right, some sort of a big animal, you would grab them by the heels, right?
Yeah.
And in this case, it wasn't a heel. You know what the Dogman feet look like, right? He grabbed them by like that thing on the back of their foot.
Kind of like that ball thing at the back.
Yeah, that ball thing, exactly. That's how I would describe it too. And he started walking towards the opposite end of the semicircle, like he was going to go back into this. There was an opening on the other side of the woods. Not an opening, but there was enough room between the trees that he could walk, dragging this creature, right? And I said, "So that's it?" And he goes, "I'll see you again, Brad." And then he got maybe 10 feet away from me, and maybe not even that, maybe 7-8 feet away from me. And the Dogman was literally at my feet. And he said, I go, "So that's it? What's your name?" And he turned with he still was holding on to the animal, but he turned and he looked, and it was the first time that we made direct eye contact close like that. And he looked at me into my green eyes with his blue eyes, right? And he said to me with this quirky kind of smart ass smile, "You can call me Daniel."
Huh. Yeah.
And I said, "Okay, well," and he kind of turned around and he was laughing, and I said, "Well, I'll see you, Daniel." That was the last thing I said to him. And as he was walking away, he yelled out over his shoulder, "Don't shoot me, Kevin." And then he kept walking, and we could hear him laughing as he was walking. I mean, he had a sense of humor, right? He's like, "Don't shoot me, Kevin." Right. And he kept walking, and about maybe 15 seconds after that, we couldn't see him anymore, and all of a sudden we couldn't hear him anymore. He was gone.
That's where the email that you sent me ended. And you and I, like I said, have talked, a couple times extensively about, multiple things, but this encounter as well. And without getting into too much detail, but a lot of the subscribers that heard this had that same feeling that you did, that Daniel was an angel.
I don't believe in, I know that you may, or some of your listeners may believe in the ancient alien thing. I don't believe in the ancient alien. I believe that, without getting biblical, but Yahweh our God is God, and he has angels, and they look like this based on this research that I've done. Not every single one of them is blonde, but they always appear as Caucasian men with green or blue eyes in my research. And I have to say, as soon as I saw him, as soon as he came into my view, and you know how that old saying is, whatever your gut tells you when something first happens is usually right.
Right.
And my gut feeling was that this was an angel, because, okay, Jeff, he was too big. I'm not saying there aren't men that size. There's plenty of men in the NBA. Yeah. There's plenty of men in the NFL that are that size, but they're not perfect like him.
Right. He was perfectly proportioned. The face, like
he had
you described him.
His teeth were like so white that they gleamed in the sun.
Right.
He had the perfect lips, the perfect straight, Anglo nose. His ears were small. He had a small forehead with a full head of this platinum blonde hair. Not one blemish on his hand, because all I could see was his hands and his face. But they had no blemishes, no freckles. He didn't even have any face hair, now that I think about it. He had no face. It didn't even look like he had a beard shadow.
Okay.
It looked like there was no shadow, but he was sunburned, so I could tell that he'd been out in the sun before. So is it possible, to any of your listeners, is it possible that this was just some dude? That was just some badass dude? Yes, it's possible. It's also possible that we stumbled upon some hoax or movie set thing, and we just didn't realize that we were involved in it, and they brought us into it, I guess you'd say, and we,
Yeah, but you'd think you'd hear it,
Yeah, we would have heard people. We would have heard people, and we saw no cameras, and we looked too. Yeah. After I even spent time after Daniel had left, I spent time looking around, is this being captured on film?
Right.
I was looking around. It wasn't. This was a real incident. I mean, I can't say with 100% certainty. You can't say anything for 100% certainty.
No.
But I can tell you that this individual was perfect in every way. Like I said earlier, I've never seen a more beautiful man than this.
Right.
Any woman that saw this man would have said, "My God, he's perfect."
Right.
And not only that, he was huge. This dude was a badass. And by the way, he was more than 260. After when I got up close to him, he was at least 40 pounds heavier than me. And so he's probably 270, 275 maybe.
Right.
At 6'8". This is a big dude.
Just perfection. Like
Perfection.
You honestly think, for me, when I read it and then heard it again and thought about it, the way you described him, the way you described how he just, you only heard him slightly. You heard that Dogman coming in for a period of time. This was not, he was like there. And then he grabs the Dogman and leaves. But you don't hear him after that. We heard him for about 10 seconds. Right. But then nothing. And then refers to the Dogman as a hellhound. Really, just to me, says this was an angel.
And what did he mean? What was the most telling moment for me, I think, is when he said, "You guys call him Dogman." Well,
and knowing your names, knowing
our names.
The anticipation.
But what did he mean
Kevin
by
was
that,
thinking about shooting him at one point. You know what I mean? Or whatever, with a sense of humor. I mean, it just.
I don't know, man. I like I said, he didn't include himself in you guys.
Yeah.
And then he said, "We call them." To me, if he's part of the human race and the human experience, why wouldn't he have said, "We"? Why didn't he say first, "Well, we call them this"? And he could have included himself, in that with me.
Right.
But he didn't. He said, "You guys call them Dogmen."
Yeah, completely separating himself from...
Exactly. Exactly.
Right. I mean, he could have been like, around here, you guys call them, but, where I'm from, we call them. But he didn't. He just said, you call them. We call them. He was just very...
There was a delineation between us. And this guy was, he didn't even, for your listeners, so that they can really picture this and try to understand how this has changed my life completely. This dude didn't even sweat. There was his cheeks weren't red. Like, how most Caucasians, when they're exerting themselves, they get that red, like I get. You get that redness in your cheeks. He wasn't even sweating or out of breath.
Right.
I don't know how else to explain it other than to say he was perfect in every way.
Right.
And he had a sense of humor, which you wouldn't, normally when you're talking about biblical things, it's such a serious thing. But this guy had a sense of humor.
Yeah, you don't think, but, he knew your name specifically, knew that, and you and I had talked about this, and it's almost like he was your guardian angel. And,
I don't want to say that because I don't want to speak for the Father, but it does seem to me, I'm a person that, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the author of Sherlock Holmes, said that when you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth.
Yeah.
And so, is it possible that there's another explanation for this?
Absolutely.
That it was an alien of some sort? I guess you could say, but he sure looked human. Even though he was a perfect human, he sure looked human. He didn't look alien in any respect. Right. My feeling is, I won't even use the term guardian angel because, but he knew about my past, and we'll get into that.
That's the only reason why I said guardian. Like, he was like, he knew you. He knew you. He also knew Kevin, but he knew you. So,
well, he knew I had killed a Dogman too.
And maybe that's, like you said, you don't want to, you can't really make the judgment, but in my eyes, to me, if he was, the angel that was sent to protect you at that very moment. He obviously knew you. He's, known of your past. So maybe that's where the sense of humor came in, or, who knows? But it's an absolutely...
When you hear this story, it's hard not to think. And again, I'm not trying to make myself as some... that I'm so important that I have to have an angel that's guarding over me. He may very well guard over other people as well. But if I had to guess, if you were to hold my feet to the fire as to what transpired, I would say, in my opinion, that this was an angel. And whether he was my specific guardian angel, I don't know. Right. But he did say that the Dogman was there because of me. He didn't say Kevin. He said me.
Right.
So that tells me that he was there, even though he didn't say this. It's kind of implied that he was there to protect me.
Yes.
Because I wasn't equipped. Neither one. I mean, Kevin did have a 7mm bolt action rifle, and if push would have come to shove, we probably could have fended if he was alone now, right? If he was alone, we probably could have fended him off. But had there been a pack of them, we were dead.
Yeah. I got about a half an hour of record time left, so I do want to kind of get into why we called it the redemption, not to cut this short, but
no.
We keep referring to your past encounters, and I have not heard them. They're on another channel. We're not going to mention the channel, but they are. Many people probably have heard them. You, in my eyes, really got a bad rap from what I heard from people who have heard your encounters, and knowing you now for, the time that we've spoken, I kind of got a really good feeling of who you are, and you're not a malicious person. You're not you don't strike me that way. So why don't we now, because like I said, I got about a half an hour. Why don't we kind of now touch basis on that? And okay. Just so everyone knows, this will be the last time Brad kind of shares any of this with anybody, Yeah,
I have no desire to go on any more shows. I only am doing this show because of what I'm about to tell you, how I feel like the other show that I was on, again, without mentioning names, because the person who runs that show was good to me, so I can't say anything bad about him.
Right.
But the people who made the comments in all of my encounters were, I would say, 80% against me and 20% for me. So it was overwhelmingly negative. I'll just give a brief synopsis. I've had 3 encounters prior to this in 3 different states now. This is why, if I was listening to this, I understand people would say, I can't believe this guy. This is just too much. I get it. Because I am a very logical, reasonable person myself. And I'd be like, what are the odds that one person has 4 encounters now, right? But I'd be lying then, because they did happen. So I have to tell the truth, and I wanted to come on a forum where hopefully I'm not treated like this bloodthirsty guy, who is just trying to kill Dogman every time he goes out into the forest. And, I admit that, well, let me start with my first encounter. I had my first encounter in Southern California, up in the hills. I lived in Southern California, let's just say close to the San Gorgonio Mountains. For people that are from Southern California, they'll know where that's at. And there's a national park up there. And I used to go walking at night, and I had my first encounter not long. I mean, literally, 3 or 4 months after I even knew. I'd always heard of what Sasquatch and stuff like that, but I'd never heard of Dogmen before I started watching these particular shows. Right. And it was only 3 or 4 months after that I had this encounter. And it wasn't violent. It could have been, but it wasn't. In fact, I don't even think it was really necessarily evil.
No.
he could have, the Dogman that I encountered that time, he could have I was armed, because I never go into the forest unarmed, and I would advise everybody listening to never, despite what you may hear from other people, right? Yeah. I would never tell anybody to go in the forest unarmed.
Well,
period.
Really quick too, is my subscribers know I go out in the woods where Tom Messick disappeared, and the majority of them say, I hope you're armed. So this is why I feel that you're on a platform that you can explain how you feel. Yeah,
I do feel that, it's lunacy to tell people to go into a forest at night unarmed.
Yes.
And I'm not going to say that any other the person who runs the show tells people to do that, but perhaps guests have come on and have told people that, it's unnecessary to be armed, that, these animals know that you're armed, and if you're not armed, they'll leave you alone. And I mean,
they're an apex predator. They're a hunter,
They're opportunists.
Yes.
And if you're unarmed, you're an opportunity for them. They have killed many, many times. Every show that I've listened to, there's always a possibility when you encounter an animal like this, that's 500 pounds and 8 feet tall, there's a good chance, if it's hungry, that it's going to try to eat you or at least hurt you.
Yeah.
And, the idea to somehow, pray to it or ask permission to enter the forest,
right.
I don't want to make fun of other people, but if you're that dumb that you're going to go into the forest at night and get on your knees and pray to one of these animals to give you permission to go into the forest, sorry, but that's not how I roll, number one. And number two, you're going to get people killed telling them to go in unarmed, because then if you're attacked and you have no way to protect you, what's to stop you from being torn to shreds and literally eaten?
It's dangerous. It's very dangerous. It's not logical. It's yes.
These animals don't like, one thing I learned in my encounters is these animals do not like gunfire. Now, I don't just mean when you hit them with it, that you can see them when it's close to them and gunfire goes off, the way that they flinch, they don't like it.
Yeah.
So if for no other reason, to have a gun with you when you go into the forest, day, night, whenever, and even if it's a 22, at least if you can have, showed one of these creatures that you're armed, I think you're much more likely to be left alone than going in unarmed and just assuming that they know because they're all knowing, or, you've prayed to them or whatever. It's ridiculous to me.
Right.
But anyway, that was my first. I was in Southern California, and then my second one.
Well, first one, really quick, just so people know.
Sure.
That first Dogman that you saw, I believe the way I remember you telling me, it stood up. You had your firearm out, and you kind of did like a hand gesture, like, "Hey, let's just kind of." But it saw your gun. It kind of recognized what a gun was, and you both went your separate ways.
Well, he was standing. I heard growling to my right. I was on a trail, and I heard growling to my right, and I just assumed it was a coyote or something.
Yeah.
But when I got to a clearing and I could see into my right, off the trail into the little forest area, I could see about maybe 50 or 60 feet from me these yellow eyes looking at me, and they were over by a tree, right? And I was sitting there, I'm thinking to myself, man, that's a really large coyote, and I don't think there's wolves Southern California, even up in the hills, but it stood up then, right? And it was probably 7:10, if I had to guess, because later the next night I came back out there and stood right where it had stood, because at 6'3", I wanted to see how much taller it was than me, right? And I would say it was about 7'10", and he as he put one hand up on the tree, he was staring at me with his yellow eyes, right? And I was looking right at it, right? And at one point, he kind of drops down on all fours like he was going to come towards me, right? And I had a 357. It was a 686 4-inch on my hip, and I had a little 38 special that I carried on my ankle. I never, even before Dogman, I never go into, because you could run across crackheads, drug addicts, bikers,
humans,
and if you're they're probably more dangerous than Dogman, because if you're out there alone, you're at their mercy.
Yeah.
Well, I'm never going to be at anybody's mercy. I'm sorry. That's one of the reasons why I love guns so much is because they're the great equalizer, right? I mean, you can be outnumbered, but if you know what you're doing with the gun, you can save your own life.
Exactly.
So anyway, when he dropped down on all fours, I pulled my 357 and I aimed it right at him. And I really felt that he was reading my mind. And I was saying, you might get here and you might attack me, but you're going to take 7 rounds before you do. And he stared at me for another second or two, and he kind of like, they say that he smiled. I don't think it was a smile, but it was more where he showed his teeth to me. And then he kind of stood back up again, and we had a moment where we were just looking at each other, and then he, I don't know, maybe 30 seconds, he was holding the tree. We were looking at each other, and then he dropped down on all fours. I'm just giving the cliff notes here. I'm not giving the whole story because we're on time budget. And then he dropped down, and he looked back at me once again as he turned around, and I looked at him, and then he did this jump. He took a few steps. He did this jump where it was like he looked like 30 foot almost. He jumped away from me and to the right, so I couldn't see him because he was behind trees, right. And he was gone.
Yeah.
And that was my first encounter. And then there was, I didn't have any nightmares or, and some of the people I've heard on other channels talk about, oh my God, I had nightmares. I mean, I already believed that these animals existed, but I never thought I would see one, especially in Southern California. But then when I went, again, I'm just going to give a brief story. Then I decided after I read the comments, I decided, because people say you can't kill these things. These animals are otherworldly. They go in and out of dimensions and all this other, they'll try to keep it G-rated, all this other stuff that was being said. They can cloak. Some of these people said, and I was like, wow, okay, this animal looked like a pack animal to me, just a very large pack animal. And so I made a decision that I didn't read those comments, by the way, for several months. But when I did, it kind of struck me the wrong way. And like I told you, when somebody tells me I can't do anything, it puts a fire under my ass. And I said, well, if you guys say I can't do it, then I'm going to do it, right? And so some of the people who made the comments, now again, 20% of the people were like totally on my side, like, leave this guy alone. He's an adrenaline junkie. Yeah. But the other 80% were like, you can't kill these animals. They're supernatural. The idea of hunting one, because I had mentioned in the pre-interview that I wanted to go hunt one, that like I thought that was going to be like my last, as I'm in my early 50s now, I thought that was going to be like my last big adrenaline.
Yes. I don't speak for people, and I hate when I do it, when people do it. But I want to say this, and I said this to you. When you're an adrenaline junkie like yourself, in your 50s at the time, you're getting older. You've surfed, you've skydove, you're into firearms. A lot of people who are into firearms and are adrenaline junkies go on big game hunts. Okay? They go across the ocean in Africa, hunt lions, hunt hyenas, whatever, dangerous animals. Yep. You wanted to, I'm not speaking, once again, I don't like speaking for people, but you're not uber wealthy. You're not like Thurston Powell III. You're going to go and, put your elephant gun on your shoulder and, do this. But you were like, you can't kill these things. Okay, yeah, I've got firearms that can. I want to see if I can, because adrenaline junkies. And once again, adrenaline is a drug, so you were just like craving kind of that rush, that feeling.
Well, it was that coupled with the fact that people had said you can't do it. Right. And so I put together a team, a guy that had worked for me in the past who was a long-range, actually won some tournaments, long-range shooting tournaments, and then a Marine that I met in Oklahoma where my mother lived at the time. And we now live in Arizona, but at the time she lived in Oklahoma, and I went out and I met this Marine who worked for my stepfather, who's now passed away. And I put together a little team, and we decided that we were going to go hunt one. And long the short of that is that we went out and we found a pack of Dogman, exactly where Mark, the Marine that I was with, who had been wounded in Iraq, he had told me when I brought it up to him about the Dogman and my encounter, he had said that he had seen one and he knew where they were. And I said, well, do you think you could find it again? And he's like, yeah, I know exactly where it's at. And this is in southeast Oklahoma in the Ouachita Mountains. I think that's how you pronounce it. I got in trouble for that too, mispronouncing the name. I'm not Indian, so
I do too all the time when I mispronounce things
I got laid into because I mispronounced the name of the mountain range. But anyway, so we went hunting and we severely injured one and then wounded 3 other ones. Turned out we thought there was one that we were hunting, right, that we had saw up on a rock. John, the guy that was the marksman, actually it wasn't Mark, John, it was Mark who saw it originally, and then John and I came over and I looked through my binoculars and John was looking through his scope and found maybe 600 yards away that there was this was the biggest one I ever saw. It was probably 9 feet tall and 600 pounds. Right. Huge animal. And John put 2 4.16s in it. Now he didn't get it in the head, even though we thought we got it in the head and it was dead. And I was going over to do what I had planned to do, which was to cut the hands, because I knew these animals are too heavy to move, especially for 3 guys. I was going to cut the hands and the head off and put them in my backpack.
Proof.
So I could that they exist.
Proof.
I know it's kind of gruesome, but that's what I was going to do.
That's what everybody wants, right? Everybody wants proof that these exist.
Yes, and I was going to try it, and that was another thing. That was the whole point. I got accused of being this bloodthirsty guy that just wanted to kill something. I've never killed anything. I've never been a hunter. I've gone hunting a couple of times, but I never killed anything. And the only time I had a chance to kill a deer, I couldn't pull the trigger on it because I didn't want to hurt the deer. But these are not woodland creatures. These are not little furry animals that you can take jerky out into the woods and feed.
No.
These animals are apex predators that will kill you under the right opportunity. I'm not saying that they kill every time. There's lots of times they don't. But they are opportunists. They kill our livestock. They've killed people. They have terrorized people. So I don't feel bad that I wanted to prove that they exist, and I was told that there's no way, and I kind of believe now that the person who told me that there's no way you're going to prove that they exist because the government doesn't want us to know about them.
Right.
I believe that person was right about that they really don't want to let us know that these animals exist. But I don't think it's because the economy is going to collapse. I think it's because nobody would visit
national forests,
national parks, and number 2, nobody would visit national parks not well armed, and so they don't want, since our government is anti-gun, they don't want people running around with AR-15s and M1A 308s on their shoulder all the time and look like soldiers walking through the national park. But by all rights, these animals do exist, and that's exactly what we should look like, especially if you're going deep into the forest. I'm not saying you have to dress like that all the time, but if you're going to go deep into the forest and you're going to be away from a lot of people and you're on your own, you should be heavily armed.
Absolutely.
In my opinion.
Absolutely.
So anyway, to make a long story short, we didn't kill any of these dogmen. We gave it a great shot. We wounded 4 of them. I personally wounded 1 with my handgun. I had a Glock 10 millimeter. I had other handguns with me, but I used a Glock 10 millimeter, and I hit one about 5 times, 6 times. And Mark wounded 1 with he had an AR-10. He wounded 1, and then John not only wounded the 1, he wounded a second one that was coming up behind me that I didn't see.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you that part of it because on the 3rd encounter, and then we made it out of there, and the commenters after that were, oh my God, this guy's trying to kill dogmen. These are creatures that should be left alone. They should not be hunted. These are spiritual animals. And look, I'm not saying that it's not possible that there's other types of dogmen that are more spiritual, I guess, if you want to say that. But what I saw, my opinion is, and based on my encounter, these are just pack animals.
Right.
They're some sort of a hybrid pack animal. And in my opinion, they're the result of the fallen angels thousands of years ago taking and splicing men's DNA with wolf DNA, not ancient alien stuff. I'm talking about the fallen angels, literally, like the biblical story that, because there's some parts of the ancient alien they have right, in my opinion. It's just that they don't call them angels. They say they're aliens. But
Right.
I believe that they're angels, and they were doing, they were trying to corrupt Yahweh's creation, and this is how they did it, by mixing all the DNA. And that's why we have pictures of these animals on the hieroglyphs. This is why we have stories of these in the Middle Ages.
Yeah.
Yes, Anubis, and this is why we have stories in the Middle Ages. I don't believe, and no offense to your listeners, but I don't believe in werewolves. I believe that all those sightings back in the Middle Ages were dogmen.
Yeah, like I don't think any of my subscribers believe they transform. That's 100%.
That's a theoretical and biological impossibility.
Yeah. Yep.
Because you would destroy the flesh. There's no way that you could go back. If somebody did change like that, it would be one time, because there'd be no way that they could go back, because they would have torn the skin to shreds.
Yeah. We literally we're coming up on time. I want to make sure that you get your last part out there.
Okay. So the last encounter was in August of 2021. I was leaving Oklahoma. My mom and I were moving. I take care of my mother, and we were moving back to Arizona, which is where she's lived, her property. And I went with a guy named Mike. I've just given you the short story here. I went with a guy named Mike. He's like a camper, outdoorsman, not really a hunter. He hunts occasionally, but he's more like
family.
Good friend of the family. He also worked as a handyman for my stepfather, and the 45 that he was carrying when this happened was a gift from my stepfather.
Right.
And he was carrying a 30-06 rifle. I went out there. We were not hunting a dogman when we went out there. I went out there because I wanted those wounded animals to know, because in the comments the people had said, oh, you left with your tail between your legs, you ran out of there, they could have killed you, but they chose to let you live, and there's no way you're ever going to go back there, you left with your tail between your legs, blah blah blah. And then I was just painting me out. Not only was I bloodthirsty, but I'm also a coward.
Yeah.
Now I'm a coward, and it's like, okay, well, how much of a coward was I, because I went out there in the first place, not once but twice.
Right.
And this time I went out lightly armed. And that's another thing. I was accused of being heavily armed. I was carrying 2 40 cal handguns and a 40 cal carbine. Not exactly what you would want to take if you're going to go hunting dogmen.
Absolutely not.
I did not go out there with the idea that I was going to hunt a dogman, but I did want them to see me.
Yeah.
I wanted to stand in front of them, or at a distance anyway, and let them smell, because they know your scent, supposedly. And I wanted them to know that I had the balls to show up again after what I had done, because we had inflicted a lot of damage on them.
Yeah.
And suffice to say, I saw one. The opportunity presented itself. I know we're running out of time, so I'm just giving you the short part here. It presented itself. I did not intend on killing one, but the opportunity, right, there's that word again, opportunity presented itself when I could see that it was by itself. He wasn't in a pack. And, I tried to make contact with it, and I saw that it had a circular scar on its what would that be? Its right shoulder. And that's where John had hit it with a 416. This wasn't the one that took 2 416s. This is the one that John hit that was coming up behind me. He hit it in the shoulder.
When you guys were leaving.
Well, right before we were bailing out of there,
right.
When we realized that it was 5 of them and it was too many.
Yeah.
And we were bailing out of there, and he hit it so hard he knocked it, and it went behind a boulder or a tree, I guess, whatever it was. And we never saw that one again. I didn't think he killed it, and obviously he didn't. If that is the same one, I don't know that for sure. I don't know if it was the same one, but I think that it was, because it was in the exact area that we were in.
Right.
So I ended up killing one. I chased one down. I fired at it. At first I tried to communicate with it, not, in a big way, but I said, hey, it's me. And I knew when he looked into my eyes, I could see there was recognition. And I fired at it. Well, I tried not to fire at first. I just wanted to get up close to it. I wasn't pointing my gun at it, but he dropped and was about to come toward me. So I, let him have it. And I hit him 4 times, and then he started to run to my right back into the forest. I fired 4 times more at that point, but I only hit him twice in his back, and there was blood everywhere. I followed him into the forest, and at that point, the comment, some of the people making comments said, see, at that point, I could have let him go and not followed him. I defended myself, and I could have just left.
Right.
Yeah, that's true. I could have. But at that point, I had committed.
Yeah.
I had committed. I said, you know what? I've already wounded him. I think I can kill this son of a bitch.
Also, really quick, too, for the people that, you've already wounded it. So by you hunting it down and killing it, you're also, for those people that, you're putting it out of its misery. For those people that,
that's how I saw it.
That's
how I saw it.
You started, you committed, let's finish the job.
Yeah, and I had a feeling that I could, and so I ran in after it, right? And I was, thinking about, should I put another magazine in? I didn't. I went with what I had. I had a 6-hour P226 is the gun that I used. I sent you a picture of it. Yep. With a 13-round magazine, and I had one in the pipe when I started, so I had 14 rounds. Later on, afterwards, when I ended up killing it, we counted the wounds because we pulled the body out to take pictures, and we counted 12 wounds. So I must have missed it 2 times because I didn't have any more bullets in my gun.
Right.
And then after I wanted to say something that was like smart and funny, or smart ass to this creature, because I've been told that they can understand our speech or the way that our voice. The tones of our voice, what we're trying to say, right? So I looked at it, and I was trying to think of something really like
kind of witty,
deep and witty to say, and I couldn't. I could only think of those words from Samuel L. Jackson in Kong Skull Island when he's talking to King Kong, and he says, "Man is king." So I bent down my face only like 4 feet from its face, and I said it was still alive, and I said, "Man is king." And then I lifted up the gun, and I put the last 2 rounds into its head and killed it.
Right.
And then my gun slid open and locked, and I put another round in. Well, right before that, though, Mike had come up right behind me, and I, being aware that these are pack animals, I swear to you, there was a fear there when I turned around that there was another one standing there, and I almost put a bullet in his head. And I remember telling him driving home how close he came to dying that day.
Right.
The adrenaline was so out of control, and I was shaking so much, I almost killed my friend.
Yeah, yeah. All right.
And then
really quick, we're almost on time, but I wanted to emphasize for you the redemption part, because I don't and you don't feel that you did anything wrong.
No, I don't feel I did anything wrong, other than I decided to take a risk that maybe I shouldn't have taken for my own safety.
Right.
But it's my life, and I enjoy pushing the limits.
Yes.
I've always enjoyed that, and that's why I did it. And, like I said, I'm more scared of what happened after I killed that creature, having the pictures erased from my phone.
Yeah. You want to share that quick before we...
Well, somebody in the comments said that I had said that I was holding up my phone to see if it had service, and then as if like I needed to have service so my camera would work. But maybe I didn't say it when I was in that interview, but what I meant by that is that I realized when I saw that I had service that I could use my camera for my pictures. And maybe I wasn't elaborate when I described that, but that's what it was. I'm well aware that you don't need service to use your camera on your phone, right? I get it. I've had a phone since smartphone since 2011. I get it. But anyway, they had said that I was exaggerating, or, then I told the story about how the scariest part wasn't the Dogman. The scariest part is when we got in the trunk, when I escaped and we were driving away, Mike and I, the guy that I was with, were smiling at each other because we thought we had about 20 pictures of these animals.
Yeah.
So even though I didn't have a hand or a head, at least I had pictures with my foot in every picture to show scale, right? And when we got in the truck, the pictures were gone. All right. 20, not one remained.
And the key emphasis point on that is there was service, and the only way they would be able to access your phone is if you had service, and we're only talking about one entity that wants to keep these things a secret from us.
Right. We don't have to say what entity, right. But everybody who has half a brain should know there's only one group or organization that would have the ability. And people said, well, how did they know? And I believe, this is my opinion, that some of these animals are chipped, and when they die, they're alerted to it.
Right. Absolutely.
There's no other explanation, in my opinion, for it. But I just feel overall that the majority of the people, because I know we're running out of time, the majority of the people who heard these interviews made me out to be either one of two things: a bloodthirsty killer, or this guy that's just, I made up this entire story and that I did it just for, I guess for attention. But I don't need that attention. If I really wanted attention, I would give my real name.
Right. You're not gaining anything out of any of
I'm
these
not gaining
interviews.
anything out of this.
No.
There's no money involved. These are real stories that really happened. And as far as bloodthirsty goes, I'm saying here and now, I have never killed any animal other than a dogman.
Right.
Hunting.
You couldn't even kill a deer. You couldn't kill a deer because you didn't want to hurt it.
A deer.
Right.
No, I didn't want to hurt it. But these animals are different.
Yeah, yeah. Before we end, I just want to I want to just say this, that you emphasize on opportunistic and things like that. Hyenas are opportunistic. It'd be no less than going in the desert or some part of Africa where a hyena is, and almost getting attacked by one of them. You would shoot it to protect yourself. Yes, you did go hunting one, but these things have killed multiple people. There's multiple accounts of these things killing people, terrorizing people. The
Livestock.
one thing, livestock. The one thing that in Palmyra, Maine, a family was circled. The one thing that you did, and you just admitted to it, was you risked your own life. Everyone else that was with you was signed on to it and knew what they were getting into. You didn't risk their lives. They came as men of their own, but you risked your own life. That was the only stupid decision that was made that could be called stupid. Other than that, I've known you, like I said, for a brief amount of time, but we've talked for, God, the first night we talked 3-4 hours almost. It was a long time. And tonight we talked about this, we talked about other things, and I got a good feel from you. And I don't see you as a bloodthirsty, maniac. I don't see you as a coward. I feel like, you wanted to do something that most people want to do that won't do it, though. Right.
I'm just all I have different than other people. The only difference is I'm no better than anybody else. The only thing that sets me apart, like that Indian said, is that I'm reckless and I'm a risk taker.
Yeah.
That's it. And I did put other men at risk, but they knew going in. It wasn't like I lied to them. I told them exactly what we were doing, because there were some commenters that said, well, you put those other men at risk. But wait a minute. I told them what we were. It wasn't like I said, hey, we're going to hunt bunny rabbits.
Right.
I told them what we were doing, and they signed on to it. These are grown men, almost my age. They made their own decisions. So I just wanted to say in closing, I feel like I've gotten it off my chest. I wanted to say these things because I felt like the majority of the other audiences that listened to it, like I said, they either said I was bloodthirsty or I was being a bullshit artist, and neither is true. I'm just a normal guy that decided to take a risk, and I had the balls to go do it. That's how I view it, and I did it, and I'm never going to do it again. I'm never going to go hunting for one again because I've done it now, and, people say these animals can't be killed. Well, if we're talking about this type of dogman, they can be killed. Is it possible there's another type that's somehow spiritual or invisible, or I haven't ever encountered them, so I can't speak to it, but in my opinion, these are pack animals. And if they can bleed, breed, shit, piss, and eat like we do, then that means they can be killed.
Yeah. Brad, it was awesome having you on. I'm glad that we were able to do this show. I'm glad that you reached out to me. And, in closing, thank you very much. I don't feel like you did anything wrong. And, I hope that you and I can talk for a while, for a long time now, because I feel like you're a friend now. So thank you for coming on, my friend.
You're welcome. And I really want to say in closing that people, Jeff's a good guy. He's an honest guy. He gives you a fair shake. He doesn't direct you or tell you what to say, and he lets you just tell the story. So, and he's a good guy. So to any of you listeners, you're listening to a good person, and I won't be doing any more Dogman stories. I've had my fill. hopefully, right? But I just wanted to get this out because I'm never planning on doing any more shows or talking about this again, but I just wanted to speak my piece, and Jeff gave me the venue to do that. So thanks, I appreciate it, buddy.
No worries. Thank you. Don't hang up because I want to talk to you a little bit after.
Okay.
That was Brad's Redemption, his first interview where he shared a lot with us. Daniel, things that people have never talked about before. A Nordic or Angel. Now, this is the second interview he did with me, filling in some blanks and having a run-in with some government agents.
To the same area where I had my experience with Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
I'd gone 2 times previously. Nothing happened. I did have those first 2 times, I did have some strange sounds. Did hear like it was well over a mile away, so I can't be sure, and this is only speculation on my part, but it sure sounded like a wolf. On the second trip, I think I mentioned that to you.
Yeah.
Very, very disturbing. Now, I was I wasn't really worried because I could tell that the howl, if you want to call it that, was quite a ways away, like a mile away, so I really didn't get panicky. But there was another time on that second trip where everything got still.
Okay.
And it was that really where you just keep your head's on a swivel and you keep looking around because you think something's going to sneak up on you. Nothing ever did. But that was the second trip. Now, the third trip. So this time I decide on the third trip, you know that I'm a gun guy, right? So a lot of times, dude, I use my excursions to try out a new gun, right? Or to carry a gun that I haven't carried before, right? So I decided I was going to take, I think I had mentioned this to you, I was going to take my M1 carbine.
Yep.
And
because it was light, easy to carry.
It was light.
Yep.
But then on the first 2 trips, I didn't actually take it. I ended up taking a bolt action both times, just because I figured if something were to happen, I wanted the 30-06 shell. But this time, I decided I was going to take my M1 carbine, and then I took what did I have that day? 45 ACP. I took a 45 on my hip, and then all I had on my ankle was my little 7-round 357 mag revolver.
Yep.
That's all I had. I wasn't going out there for hunting or anything like that. I certainly wasn't going out there to kill a Dogman or any of that stuff. People that are going to hear this, but so I get out to the spot, same spot, and you have to understand where this is. The reason I picked this spot to just sit there and wait was twofold. I'm older now. I'm 53 since the last time I spoke to you.
Yeah.
And I don't have the stamina to be walking 8, 10, 12 miles. Just keep walking out into the brush and then walking back.
The aging process.
Yeah, exactly. So I decided that before I even went up on the first time, I was going to find some water, and then I was going to, camp out next to the water and just wait, because most animals at some point, Dogman or not, will come and need water, right? So yeah. I went back to the third place. Now, I have to describe this place to you. It was like people who are in northern Arizona are going to know exactly what creek I'm talking about. It's not a creek, like a wash, I guess. But there's this like dry creek bed, and there hadn't really been any water, but there was a small trickle like right in the middle, maybe a foot deep, 8 inches deep, but enough that animals could drink, right? So I thought, okay, well, this is a pretty good place to be. When I went up there the first time, I decided on this place. So I went back to it, and on the left, if you're looking at it like if you were looking north, on your left would be this embankment up from this the dry wash or creek bed, whatever you want to call it. And then there's some trees, and that's where I was hidden. I was like amongst these trees, and you really couldn't see me unless you were standing directly in front of me, like across the creek bed from me, because of how I was positioned. So I figured this would give me an opportunity to get a picture really close if something were to come along, right? So I sat there, and hours go by. The usual, nothing happened. I saw, little creatures running around, and didn't see. I thought I saw a coyote. Pretty sure it was a coyote. I don't think it was a wolf, but because it was quite a ways away. But nothing really happened, right? And so maybe towards, I don't know, maybe think I got there about 8 o'clock in the morning. This was probably around 3 o'clock because it's starting to get darker there, and I didn't want to be out after dark.
Right.
Obviously, especially by myself. So I had made the plan that I was going to leave at 5 no matter what, because it was going to take me roughly an hour to get back to my car. Roughly, maybe a little less. So I was planning, and it was getting dark at 6:30, so I didn't want any chance of getting caught out there alone, so I figured I was going to leave at 5 o'clock. About 3:30, 3:45, I noticed that it got silent again, and there was really no explanation for it, because right before, birds had been chirping. I saw some lizards down on the rocks in the creek bed. I mean, it was just a normal thing, and then all of a sudden, everything stopped. It was just almost like time stopped. And so I knew that there had to be some sort of a predator, right? So instead of course, because I'm not there to kill it, I'm there to get a picture. So I get my camera up. By the way, I've got one of those Nikon P900s.
Nice.
And so I've got my camera right there, and I'm focused. I'm looking back and forth. I'm kind of going back and forth between my camera and my binoculars. And maybe about 5 minutes after all of this started, where there was just nothing, right? In the distance, I see what looked like. Now, I don't know what they were, because even with binoculars, that's how far they were. I really couldn't make out what it was, other than these were like these, they were obviously animals with fur, and they were walking on all fours. But could that have been a black bear? Could it have been? I couldn't tell. That's how far they were. Anybody who knows anything about binoculars will tell you, you get to a certain point, you really can't make things out. It starts getting blurry.
Yeah.
That's how far out these animals were. And as I'm watching them, right, I just intently trying to figure out if they weren't. But here's what the funny thing was, dude. I brought my binoculars down just for maybe 2 seconds to scratch my eye, and when I went back up, they were gone. Literally, all of there was probably 3 or maybe even 4 of whatever this was, and I looked right in the same spot, and they were gone. Now, you could make the argument that they just darted and something spooked them and they bolted real quick, I guess, but it didn't appear that way to me. Whatever they were on the ground. They were looking on the ground or sniffing the ground, whatever it was. And
had you walked that way before during the day? Had you walked?
No.
Okay. Okay.
No, I didn't do any walking. I did the walking to get to the spot, but
right.
Once I was there, I just camped out. Okay. Thinking that sooner or later, at some point, these
they'd come to that wash. Yeah, I was just
right?
I was just wondering if you had walked through that area to get to where you were. Maybe they
it was on the far. It was on the away from me, not coming back the way I would go to. It was way out. They had to have been, because I couldn't even see them with binoculars, and I couldn't make out what it was.
Right.
I mean, it had to have been at least a couple of miles away.
Okay, so you're just seeing movement and specks at that point. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And there was black flashes, and I'm really trying to focus. The people who use binoculars and I don't know what I'm talking about. There comes a point when you're looking out where you just can't make it out anymore, even with binoculars.
Mm-hmm.
And so that happened, and I remember thinking to myself at the moment, I'm like, what the hell did they go? All of them? I mean, weird, right?
Yeah.
But that's not the strangest thing that happened. So end of the day comes. Again, I don't see any dogmen, nothing, not even wolves or anything like that. So I was thinking of you, and I was like, well, I guess I'm not going to get a picture, because that was the intent of this, right? So here's what gets weird, dude. I'm walking out. It took me about 45 minutes, I'd say, to get back to my car. You can park along this, I don't even know what the highway number was. It's 80 something, I think. Yeah, 89, maybe 87, something like that. But when you go up this highway, you can just park on the side of the road. And when I got back to my car, it was starting to get I wouldn't say dark, but you could tell that it was late in the day. So thankfully, I'm putting my guns in my trunk. Start the car, pulling out. I make a U-turn because I'm going to go back the way that I came to get home. It's about an hour from me, maybe an hour and 20 minutes, something like that, to my house. This is up, again, for your listeners, this is up north of Flagstaff. Okay. East of the 87 or the 89, whatever that highway was.
And just really quick, Arizona, just so I can, Arizona is not just all desert. Arizona has a lot
No.
of habitat to it. There's like forest, you know.
Everybody thinks Arizona is all like Phoenix.
Yeah.
I'm from Southern California, and I used to think that too until you start living here. I live in central Arizona, and Flagstaff is what's called northern Arizona, and it is at times and in places it's as forested as Washington or Canada.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So to people who would say, oh, well, you know, you're out in the desert and you saw a Dogman. No. I'm up in the northern part of Arizona, first and foremost, for people east of whatever highway this is. The people who up here will know exactly what I'm talking about. So I know people who don't, it's just, trust me, it's up above Flagstaff and east of it.
Yeah.
So after I make the U-turn, oh, I'm sorry, brother, did I answer your question?
Yeah, no, we just,
Okay.
yep.
Okay. So I make the U-turn and I drive. I couldn't have been more than a mile and a half or two, and I look behind me. Oh, this is just more evidence, right? I look behind me and I see this black SUV.
Hmm.
And I thought to myself, now this is not. You and I talked about this once before. The what is it called? That Department of Inland Interior or something, or
The Department of...
you mentioned it once, and I saw one of the reason I say this because you mentioned it once to me, and then I saw one of their vehicles. It was like it's not Department of Homeland, it's like Department of Interior.
Interior, yeah. The
Something like that, but their job is to, you know, manage game, manage the forest, all that stuff.
Yeah, DNR. DNR?
Yeah, DNR, that's it.
Yep.
That's it. And they have white SUVs, and you can see their lights are on the outside on top.
Yeah.
Okay, this wasn't that. This was a dark SUV that looked just like when you see, you know, when they have our idiot in chief, when they take our idiot in chief somewhere, how they have him in a dark SUV, right?
Yep.
With the windows that are tinted and stuff.
Yeah.
That's what this was.
Suburban,
right? So
suburban, blacked out suburban kind of.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But the only difference is that it had on the inside, now I know you've seen this, but on the inside were the lights,
Mm-hmm.
the flashing lights.
Okay.
Not on the outside on the top, on the inside up at the top of the windshield.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay? So to describe it, so I know some of you people who are listening to this know exactly what vehicles I'm talking about. These are not Ranger vehicles. So to get back to my story, I'm looking as it's behind me, right? And it's way back there. I'd say maybe a mile behind me. So I didn't really think anything about it, right? And I'm coming through, I'm still driving up where the forests are, and I need to go another 2 miles, maybe 3, and here comes this vehicle's getting closer and closer and closer, right?
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, okay, obviously this is going to, you know, turn into something where I should probably just pull over and pass because he's starting to bear down on me. Right. And I'm one of those guys, being from Southern California, that doesn't really bother me. If people want to pass, I know how people, instead of getting angry, I just pull over and let them go.
Right.
But because I'm like that sometimes, right? I get road rage.
Yeah.
But
natural.
as you got up close to me, I could see that there were 2 people in the car.
Okay.
This is a very strange occurrence, dude. It's not as strange as the angel, but this is another thing that makes you go, like the song, right?
Yeah.
So when they got up within maybe 30 feet of my bumper, I rolled down my window, and I had indicated that I was just going to pull over. I stuck my hand out, and I used my thumb, and I pointed to the left, right? And so I got over and then started waving them to pass me.
Yeah.
Right? Now, I'd pulled onto the shoulder, which was dirt and gravel, and waved them to go past me. Well, here's where I started to get a little nervous. They pulled in behind me.
Oh, shit.
And so I'm thinking to myself, and right as he had pulled in, he turns on these lights. He did not have them on when they were behind me.
Okay.
But when I pulled over, right as I was getting over, he turned on these red, white, and blue blinking lights. Right? And so then I realized, okay, this is some sort of a government. You know, had no idea, right?
Yeah.
So I'm looking in my rearview mirror, and I'm thinking to myself, of course, naturally, what's going through my mind, even though we live in a free state in Arizona, I'm like, where's my guns?
You're like my firearms, yeah.
They're all in my trunk, and they're all holstered, and I had done what you're supposed to do, right? So I'm looking in my rearview mirror, and for about 3 minutes, dude, of quite a long time, neither one of them got out of my car or got out of the car. So I'm watching them, and I switch to the rearview mirror. I'm watching, and I'm watching, and I'm watching. They're just sitting there. And I'm thinking, okay, they're either running my license to see who I am, or they're deciding what they're going to do. But I'm starting to get nervous because something doesn't feel right, dude.
Yeah.
Just didn't feel like this was some sort of a regular cop pulling me over. Hey, what kind of guns you can? That's not what this was.
Right.
So I'm sitting there. Finally, dude, about 5 minutes into it, I put my head in the back. I leaned behind. I leaned out of the car and looked back, and I put my hand up as if to say, dude, what the fuck? What are we doing? Right? Are you going to talk to me or what? And as soon as I did that, the driver got out of the car, and a couple seconds later, the passenger got out of the car, and he comes up I'm looking, and he's coming up on my passenger side. I'm alone, dude, totally alone.
Yeah.
And I noticed they're wearing suits.
Oh man, you're thinking government statistic now.
I'm thinking to myself, well, that was, yes. First thing I'm thinking to myself is, okay, clearly these are not Rangers.
Yeah.
Clearly this is not their area of operation. Why are they pulling me over? I hadn't even fired my gun. I hadn't fired anything.
Right.
Right? So there was no noise that could have been tracked, nothing. Guy comes up to me. He says, can you step out of the car, please? I said, I need to see some identification. Who are you? Why are you, you know, I'm kind of stammering because I'm angry, but I don't want to get too angry because I don't want to get killed, right?
Right.
So I'm like, what is this? He goes, would you please step out of the car? So rather than to have that mano-a-mano moment where I say, fuck you, I'm not getting out of the car, I got out of the car.
Right.
I'm about an inch taller than him, maybe 2, right? White guy. His partner was, I think he was Mexican, being that I'm from Southern California. I'm pretty sure he was Mexican, but Hispanic of some sort. And so I got out of the car, and I said, officer? And he goes, I'm not an officer. I said, well, who are you? What are you pulling me over for? I've done nothing wrong. And he goes, can you step to the back of the car, please?
And he's being polite like this, not.
He's being fairly polite, but also very authoritative.
Authoritative, yeah, okay.
Let's put it this way: he was being authoritatively polite.
Okay.
Telling me what to do, but not cussing at me or anything.
Right.
So we get up to the back of the car, and I looked at the other guy and I said, guys, you're making me a little nervous here. I said, I don't really know what you're stopping me for.
Yeah.
He goes, just hang on a second. The Mexican guy said that. Hang on a second. So he goes, then the other guy, the white guy, comes over and he goes, are you armed? I said, not on me. And he goes, okay. He goes, and I said something, and he goes, you're sure you're not armed? And I said, no, you want to check me, dude? I'm not armed. He didn't, but he kind of relaxed at that point. And I said, guys, I said, if I've done something wrong, can you just tell me what I've done?
Right.
Because I'm really nervous. I'm out here with 2 guys with guns. I'm not armed. I don't know what organization you represent.
Yeah.
He goes, his exact words, that's not really important.
Okay.
So at this point, dude, I'm looking at him, and got to be honest with you, dude, as tough of a guy as I consider myself to be, I was in a bad way, dude, because here I am standing with 2 armed men. I'm unarmed. We're out in the middle of nowhere. There are no cars, left or right.
Yeah.
Nothing's coming. So if they wanted to kill me and bury me, they could have.
Yeah. Exactly.
So I realized that, and my tone changed, and I became nice Brad again. You know, I said, guys, really, I said, so then he cuts me off, and he says, the white guy does. And I'm trying to remember this word for word so you and your audience can picture this. I've always tried to do that when I tell these stories, right? So he says, what were you doing up here? And I put up my hands and I said, wait a minute, guys. I said, I'll answer any of your questions. I have no problem. Wasn't doing anything illegal or wrong. I said, but I got to know, where are you guys from?
Right.
And the guy goes, we're from the government. And I said, I started laughing. I said, dude, you think I'm fucking stupid? I said, I know you're from the government. What? And then the Mexican guy started grilling me with these questions, and they never answered where they were from. He started saying, well, what are you doing up here? Did you bring guns with you? I said, guys, you already know that I have 3 guns. I said, let's stop with I started losing my temper again. I said, let's stop with the fucking games. You guys know I have 3 guns in my trunk. And the Mexican guy says, but none on you. And I said, look, search me. So I actually put my hands on the car. I said, search me. And the Mexican guy did. He patted me down. I said, why wouldn't you believe me? You think I'm going to like get out of the car and like get into a gunfight with 2 government agents?
Right.
Stupid.
Yeah.
So finally, dude, getting to the end of the story now, finally. So the white guy says, look, what were you doing up here? And I said, not that it's any of your concern or any of your business, but I brought my camera with me, which I still had in my front seat, by the way. And I said, I was just going to take some pictures, nature pictures. And he goes, really? Like that? And I said, yeah, really. And he goes, and you felt necessary to bring 3 guns? I said, well, I'm going to have to tell you that I already know that you know about this, but there's animals up here and in the forest that, you know, you can't stop with and I said it just like that, with a fucking BB gun.
Right.
He kind of smiled and he looked, and this is what I thought was odd. He looked at the Mexican guy and they held their glare for a second. Right. And I was watching them like there was communication there without words. Right. And so then the white guy goes, so you just came up here to take nature photographs? And I said, in a manner of speaking. And he goes, why don't you, this is the only time he actually raised his voice. He goes, why don't you cut the shit? When he said that, I looked at him and I said, cut what shit? What are you talking about? He's like, I know why you were up here. And I said, okay, well then if you know, why are you asking me? I can be quite a smart ass when I want to be, right?
Right.
And I said, well then if you know what I was up here, and he goes, give me your license. So at this point, I'm really beginning to think these guys might hurt me, right? Mm-hmm. So I pulled out my wallet, handed him my license. He's looking at it, right? And he says, is this current address? I said, yes. He walks over to me, hands me the license back, and he says, the Mexican guy had his hand on his gun. Now he had taken his hand off of his gun and had walked. And the Mexican guy, or the Hispanic guy, walks back to the SUV. He says, have a good day, Brad. And he gets in the passenger side. And so now I'm just there by myself with the other white guy, the whatever agency this is, right?
Mm-hmm. Was the Hispanic more or less? Because it seems like the white guy was more, like you said, authoritative, polite. But it seems like the Hispanic guy was just kind of really being authoritative, lacking politeness.
Well, he had his hand on his gun the entire time. Now he never drew it. I'm not saying that he did.
Right.
He never threatened me, but the entire time we're talking, he had his hand on his gun, and then right at the end, he took his hand off his gun, and he must have believed that I was no threat at that point because he turned his back and walked to the SUV and got in, closed the door. So now I'm just standing there with the white guy. And let's see what he'd already taken my license. He hands it back to me and he says, ooh, chilling, dude, chilling. He says, look, we know why you were here. And I said, okay, again, and he repeated that. And I said, okay, if you know why I was here, why are you even stopping me?
Right.
What could I possibly have done that was been wrong? And he looked at me and he says, Brad, you need to shut your mouth and listen to what I'm going to say. And when he said that, very dead, he didn't yell, just he looked me directly in my eyes.
Cut and dry.
I'm looking at him and he's looking at me and he says, you won't be warned a third time. And he turned, walked back to the car, got in his car, started it, and drove away. And I was left standing there with my mouth open.
So this was your second time. You think your first time was when they deleted your footage on your phone?
That's exactly what I think.
Yeah.
And he made it clear to me, this happened. I don't care what your fucking listeners say. This happened. And he said to me, he knew my name, and he said very directly into my soul, he spoke, you will not be warned a third time. Now you take that for whatever, you want to take it for. But to me, that is a clear and obvious threat that this little thing that I'm with the Dogman and all that, because what else is there? I don't have a criminal record.
Yeah,
I'm not involved in. I'm a businessman, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, you're a parent,
so
a business guy. You're
be?
just a regular dude. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just a regular. I'm a trader. I mean, this is what I do for a living. So I mean,
it's not like you're freaking.
I'm not a hunter. I'm not out. None of that stuff. Dude. I'm just a regular guy. As I've always told you, dude, despite what people think, the only difference
minus
about
the
me,
adrenaline junkie thing.
Minus
but,
that and the fact that I'm pretty good with a handgun. Other than that, I'm just like everybody else.
Right.
So you can take that for what you like, but to me, that means that they are well aware of who I am, what I've done, and they either knew because of my conversations I've had with you or emails or text that of course they read your text all the time.
Yeah.
That's no longer a secret that they do that, but they must have gotten some inclination of what I was going to do and what I was attempting to do. And they must have been somewhat apprehensive that I might actually do it.
Yeah.
Because I'm that type of person when I put my mind to it. Like I did when I said that I was going to go hunt one. People can, mock me and all they want, but just like with anything in my business life, when I put my mind to something, I do it.
Yeah.
And my mind was that I was going to get a picture of one of these animals. And I don't mean a fuzzy gray, the bullshit that everybody, that's, you can never really prove it. I was going to get an up close picture.
Yeah. Do you,
I never did, by the way. I forgot to mention one thing that happened. They took, because I had gone up there with 2 cameras, my Nikon, which I had planned on taking other photographs with that. And then for what you and I had talked about I was going to do, I had one of those disposables.
Yeah.
And that's the one thing I forgot to tell you in the story. I had both of the cameras on my front right seat. Okay. In other words, since I was by myself, I'm in the driver's seat, and on my passenger seat is my Nikon and that little,
disposable.
I think it was green and white Fuji.
Yeah.
Right. The disposable one. I think you get like 24 pictures or 18 pictures or something. I was going to use that to take pictures of the Dogman so that there could be no chance that they erase them or whatever.
Right.
Well, what I forgot to tell you was, which is actually one of the most important things that happened, I didn't see him do it, but the disposable camera was gone.
Really?
Now, they must have wondered if I actually got pictures, because it had to have been the Hispanic guy, because the white guy never came to that side of my car.
Right.
And I did have the window down, not completely, but maybe a quarter of the way down, but more than enough. He could have stuck his arm in, grabbed it, put it in his pocket, and walked back to the truck. In fact, I think as I go over it in my mind, I think he did it right before he said, "Have a good day," and walked back to the car.
Right. Like the other guy was keeping you busy, being authoritative, kind of.
Right. And notice they didn't. And people are going to say, well, why didn't they take the Nikon? It's worth more money.
Because it's more noticeable.
Because they knew, no, it's worse than that, Jeff.
Yeah, they knew they couldn't erase it.
Exactly. They knew if they had been listening to my conversations, obviously, or my text or whatever, with you or whoever, and they must have known what my plan was, so that the pictures couldn't have been deleted.
You know what's crazy? And I thought about this. I've been thinking about this, and I'm still recording, obviously. Because this kind of goes along with what you just said. All right. Remember a while ago, after I had you on, and I had made kind of like an update prior to me even talking to you, and I had said I had seen a Reddit post, and it said, "Hey, this is Brad. You guys may know me from Vic's show, And I was like, why didn't he mention my show? And then I plan on doing this, and that, and it had mentioned something about Trump, And I had shared that on the channel, and like, I think maybe a week later you had caught the show and you had contacted me and said, dude, I didn't post anything.
Yeah, it was a couple weeks. It was a couple weeks, but yes, that's true. I never made any Reddit post. I'm not a social media person.
I'm wondering if that's a way of kind of, just
flushing it out.
Yeah.
Yep. Thought the same thing, brother. Now, people are listening to this are going to be like, "Oh, dude, and if you don't,
not so much here, not so much on my channel, not because there's too much going on right now with everything. It's just
all I can say is these animals exist. The government doesn't want us to know, for whatever their reasons are.
Mm-hmm.
Don't want us to know that these animals exist, at least not in mass. And they are hostile to people like myself who are intent on proving one way or the other that these animals exist. Now, I'm not going to stand... 2 warnings is enough for me.
Yeah.
I'm not pushing my luck because we're talking about
that's
some
your life.
sort, again.
Yeah.
If we're talking about a government agency here, obviously, right?
Yep.
I don't know which one, and so I don't want to do anything that's going to get myself or anybody that I love that's close to me in trouble.
Yeah,
so I'm going to go ahead and listen to what the officer told me, and I'm not going to need another warning. But I'll tell people who are listening, what does that tell you? If they're willing to go to that extent, people say, well, they don't listen to everything. No, of course they don't listen to everything that we say because they don't have the manpower to listen. But there's certain subjects that they clearly do not want. Yeah, exactly. How do you explain, people, well, it's going to go back to when all of those pictures were erased. There's only one organization or one group of people, if you will, who have the power to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And those are the same people that I feel like I just ran into. And I'll tell you, I hate to be graphic here, but your sack shrivels when you have a government agent like that look you in the eye and really threaten and warn you in one sentence that you're not going to get a third warning.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if I'm wrong, then I don't know what he was talking about.
It's pretty clear. It's definitely clear. Obviously they knew you had firearms with you. You had told them that you had 3, but they knew you had some on you. They knew you stay armed. The strange thing is like how much traffic was on that road when you left?
That's what's so weird, dude. Well, it's not that weird. It's possible. It was just, this all happened in about I don't know, the entire stop was maybe 10, 12 minutes.
Right.
So it's
no, but I'm saying
possible.
When you were leaving, was there traffic going by?
No.
They had to be somewhere to catch up to you to know you were leaving.
I believe, this is my opinion, okay? Mm-hmm. This is my opinion. I can't prove this, but I'm a very logical person.
Pinging your phone, maybe? Seeing where you were via your phone?
Yes, I think they used the GPS. I think they knew, based on my communication with you, what I was going to attempt to do. Well, if not you, with the only other person I talk about this, which was just my buddy.
Yeah, because you had told me the exact, pretty much day you were going. You were like, I'm going this day, this weekend, and I'm going to have, and you told me what you were bringing with you, and, so. Huh.
And I went on that day. Those 3 days, actually. The 15th, this happened on October 15th. And the only reason I remember that so clearly is because I specifically told you that was the day I was going to go.
Yeah.
You were on your way to some haunted thing.
I was going I was going out to
Conjuring thing or something.
House, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's when it happened, and I can only deduce that how they knew. Well, they came from nowhere, dude. When I got in my car and made the U-turn I was parked on the right shoulder, mm-hmm. and when I got in my car, I had to swing a U-turn to go back the way that I came to go home, and it was within maybe 2 minutes from the time that I pulled out that I noticed the car behind me. So there was really, when you go up that way, I don't think there's any town or anything anywhere close to that.
Mm-hmm.
So to your point, they must have been waiting maybe a mile or 2 up the road for me to come, get in my car, and leave. How else can you explain that? Are you going to tell me that it was just a coincidence that they were just driving along on a road up by Flagstaff?
Yeah.
2 government agents dressed in suits?
Yeah. And no your name, no you, no the third, this is the second time, you're not going to get a third. It was obviously pre-planned, pre-arranged. They had...
This was, in my opinion, this was a way to intimidate me into not pursuing. And maybe other people have been intimidated, but they must know about me because of my life and who I am, that I'm not somebody that's just going to talk about it and go, oh, yeah. And then it's all bullshit, Right. Oh, I'm having, they must know that this is a guy that's going to try to do it.
All right. After an incredibly long time, Brad had actually experienced an Bigfoot encounter between now and this interview, an interview he decided not to share back then out of fear, but has since decided to share it in the near future. This is the third interview I did where he shared a lot of stuff that leads up to a very, very unbelievably incredible experience that didn't happen to him, but because of this upload, the experience did happen. Let's get into it. Brad had a experience that really did change his perspective about going out into the woods. He's had experiences where afterward he feels like I tempted fate, but this experience really did not only make him feel like he had tempted fate, but now he knows by going out into the woods, every time he does go now, he is tempting fate, and he more than likely will not step foot into the woods again. Brad, how are you, my friend?
I'm good, Jeff. Thanks for having me.
Well, I appreciate you reaching out to me.
And I can tell you, as I talked to you about it in the pre-interview, this will be my last time on your show in the capacity of an encounter, because I am no longer going to do, because of what I've come across and the information that was given to me, I'm no longer going to go into the wilderness, whether armed, unarmed, by myself, not by myself, except with one exception, as I told you about. But, we can talk about that later. But as far as coming on your show, in some other capacity, I'm open to that. But as far as coming on and sharing an encounter, I can promise you that this is my last encounter on your show, or anybody's show for that matter.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, you've felt like you've tempted fate. I mean, you've had those moments where you're like, oh man, I really did, and then you're going back out. But this experience, not only the feeling, but the information you received as well at the end of it all was what?
The confirmation.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So, I guess we'll start off with.
Let me say hello to your audience. It's been a while since I've been on,
Absolutely.
So I wanted to say hello to all of your audience. I listen to your shows as well. I think I've listened to just about every one of your shows. So not only do I consider you a friend, but I'm also a fan of your show, and I'm a fan of your work. So
I appreciate that. That's why I said you're a friend of mine and a friend of the channel. So, just talking to you on the private level, we've established a very good friendship. So I appreciate that. We find you in the woods of Flagstaff, Arizona. Can you tell us what exactly you were?
You want me just to get into the story then?
No, I want, maybe why you were going out into the woods to start.
Well, yeah. Okay, so the last time I had what I would call a Dogman encounter, even though I didn't really have the encounter, as you know, some people call it, some people in your audience have said it was an angel, and I'm not adverse to the idea that it was an angel, but there's also the possibility it was just some dude, right?
Right.
Some really good looking big dude. But in that area, I have now gone back. That happened, a couple of years ago now, and I have gone back at least a dozen times, almost not quite to the same exact area, but within a mile or two of that area, because I have been working, getting myself in better shape, losing weight. I'm still, 230 pounds, but I had gotten up pretty heavy. And what I started doing was I started carrying weight. This particular time, I had 2 bricks in my backpack just to get me to the 60-pound level with all the equipment I was carrying. And there's a reason I'm doing this, not just to get in shape, but as I told you, I think I mentioned it in the email, that I am also getting myself ready, or in case something were to happen in the world where you really do have to start carrying weight like that and be armed all the time, which is a distinct possibility in this world that we live in.
Absolutely.
I've been killing 2 birds with 1 stone, right? I've been losing weight, getting in shape, but also getting used to carrying a lot of guns, a lot of ammunition, a lot of equipment, 60 pounds of weight on my back. And so that is what, to answer your question, that's what I've been doing over the last 2 years. And I like the area. It's about somewhere between, let's just say, 6 and 9 or 6 and 10 miles north of Flagstaff. And it's to the east of the 89. So anybody that's listening, if they're in that area, they'll know exactly what I'm talking about. It's a wooded area, but it's not necessarily like, East Coast woods like you're used to, Jeff. It's woods, but it's a little bit less dense.
Right.
So that's what I've been doing, right? And I have literally gone to the same area, I would say since the last encounter at least a dozen times, and I haven't seen anything larger than a coyote. So I guess I got a kind of a false sense of security. So this particular time, which would have been 2 weeks ago tonight, as a matter of fact, or 2 weeks ago today, I decided that I was going to push my luck, and I was going to do a 12-mile hike, 6 miles out and then 6 miles back. So that morning, I got up, I got all my equipment together, and got in my car, and I drove, and I parked about a half a mile from where I decided I was going to go into the woods. And, I wasn't wearing any camo, but I was wearing a polo shirt, tan colored polo shirt. I had a windbreaker on and some jeans, and then some tan colored Under Armour tactical boots, right? So I had green and brown colors on. So even though I wasn't wearing anything camo, I did, fit in pretty well with what the color of the terrain is. It was a beautiful day, low 80s, I would say, slight wind, not a cloud in the, literally not a cloud in the sky. Beautiful, beautiful. So I get up and I leave my house about 8 o'clock. Drive, it's about an hour and maybe an hour and 10 minutes to get to this particular spot. Rather uneventful, all that. I park and I decide, for whatever reason, I'm not sure exactly why I did this, but I parked my car. I have a Toyota. I parked it on the side of the road, and then I walked about a half a mile up to go in, walking, which would have been east into this forest. Now, I have kind of a phobia, and again, people are going to understand really what a walking contradiction I am, right? I have a fear of getting lost in the woods, right? Yeah. And I've always had it. I don't know why I have this fear, but I try to keep it as when I go into the woods, I try to keep it as simple as possible, where if I go in due east, I try to stay on that path as straight as I can and then come directly back due west, right?
Yep.
And I didn't have GPS and all my equipment. You'd think I'd have that, but I didn't. I had a compass, which I know how to read, but I didn't have a GPS. But to give your audience an idea of the equipment I was carrying, I had a backpack on with 2 bricks in it. I had binoculars, a flashlight, and people are going to say, what are you carrying a flashlight for? Well, it wasn't because I knew I wasn't going to need it. It was just to get me used to having all of that equipment on. That's the reason I was doing this, right?
The necessity of pack.
What's that, brother?
Just a necessity in your pack that you're going to get used to.
Right. It's something I'm going to need. So I'm trying to get used to carrying all of this. And I'm sure it's going to sound weird to some of your listeners, but I don't care because I'm kind of an eccentric guy, right? But I was carrying, binoculars, a flashlight, a Bowie knife, zip ties, and a little packet on the back of my belt. I had a backpack on with food and water in it, 2 bricks. I had 26 rounds of 30-06 ammunition on stripper clips. I had 4 backups and then the 6 that were in my gun. I had over 100 rounds of .357 Magnum on me because I was carrying a 1903 A3, which is a World War II bolt-action rifle. For the gun nuts that are in the audience, they'll know what I'm talking about. It's a beautiful World War II weapon, and the one I own is in absolutely pristine condition. I mean, it's like museum quality, and I found out that it works pretty good too, right?
Yeah.
So I was carrying that. I was carrying on a thigh rig. I was carrying a 6-inch Smith & Wesson 686, which is a 7-round .357 Magnum. On my left shoulder, underneath my shoulder, I should say, I was carrying a 4-inch 686 as well, which is another 7-round .357 Magnum revolver, and then on my ankle I was carrying a Colt King Cobra, which is a 6-round 2-inch .357 Magnum. And so your people might be thinking like, God dang, he's carrying it, but I'm carrying all this for weight also, and just in case I ever am in a combat situation, I'm used to carrying all of these weapons and this, ammunition. Right. And I wore the windbreaker. I could have easily not worn the windbreaker, but I did that because I didn't want people to see me carrying the second revolver I had underneath my shoulder, right? Because, I didn't want, if I ran across anybody, I didn't want them like reporting me to the Rangers or anybody else. Like, oh, this guy's got a bunch of guns. Even though I did kind of look like a hunter, but to somebody that was really keen on equipment and stuff, they would have noticed like, wow, this guy's wearing a lot of different things, right? Yeah. So I wore a windbreaker. Anyway, it turned out to be okay because it wasn't that hot. It was the low 80s. So I decided that I was going to walk up from my car half a mile and then turn right, which would be east into this forest. It's probably about 9:15, 9:30 or so when I actually got there and started walking, right? And the first, I would say, quarter mile to a half mile was painful because I was getting used to the weight. When you're carrying, anybody in your audience who has ever carried that kind of weight, it hurts, right? And fortunately for me, I got used to it. My shoes are fairly broken in, so I got used to it. The only thing that was bothering me after about a half an hour was my shoulders were hurting from carrying all that weight in the backpack. So I start walking, and like I say, about half a mile into it, I kind of hit a rhythm, and I got used to the pain and everything else. And as I started walking, I realized just, everything was beautiful. I mean, it was just absolutely beautiful out, right? And so I get to about, I don't know, it was probably an hour or maybe an hour and 10 minutes. I get to about the 3-mile point, right? And I stop, and it's just absolutely, I mean, it's breathtaking. That's the word. People say that a lot, but where this area is, it's breathtaking. I mean, it's just the woods. It's peaceful out. It's quiet. I hadn't seen any animals at that point. Nothing. I mean, besides birds, right? And I get to this point, and so I hadn't eaten that day, so I stop, and I have a couple of power bars. I drink some water. I unlace my boots a little bit. Not take them off, but I unloosed them a little bit just because I figured I was going to sit there half an hour. My goal was, I should say this, was to be back to my car before dark, right? And so I knew I had plenty of time because it's 12 miles. It really shouldn't be more than a 4 or 5 hour walk. Right. Yeah. At this point, I had no knowledge I was going to run into Dogman, right? So after I ate and I sat there, and I actually just thought about taking a little nap, but I knew better than being in the forest and taking a nap like that, right? So I didn't, but I tell you, it was so calm and peaceful there that I actually almost did want to just put my head against my backpack and take a nap. It was just so nice, but I didn't. I decided I was going to get back on the road, so I laced up my boots, retighten them, put my backpack back on. You know, make sure everything's on my belt where it's supposed to be, and then I start heading directly due east again. Which I didn't realize it at the time, but my time was really slowing down. I think it was because the forest was getting a little denser and I was getting a little bit more tired, and I was walking slower because it was about another 3 hours or so before I got to the 5 mile point. And the reason that that's important is because when I got to this 5 mile point, I was up on this little, what I would call it, a ridge, so to speak, and there was this valley, and it wasn't a deep valley. It wasn't something you would picture when somebody says valley, but I don't know what word to use, right? It's just, it was like 20 feet below where I was, right? And it was like a real slow, the embankment was really gradual, right? It wasn't like a steep drop off. It was very gradual down. So I stopped there, and you know, I drank some water, and I was just looking around, and I figured, okay, in another mile, because my pedometer I had said I was at 5 miles. So I thought, well, I'll go another mile. And I was looking, I decided I was going to look around. So I bring my binoculars out, and I start looking around, and it's just absolutely beautiful. It was just breathtaking. That's the word I would use. And I notice, and here's where the story starts to get interesting, as I'm looking across the valley, I see like it's like a hill on the other side. There's like the valley and all the trees in it. I could just see over the trees. And on the other side, I see this hill. And I see a big tree on the hill, and it's on this slanted hill, right? The tree's growing out of this hill, and it looked to me like there were some boulders, and then what it looked to be caves, but I don't know that they were caves. It could have just been, you know, me not seeing clearly on what it was. It was a bush that looked like it. I don't know. I can't say for sure that it was caves, but that's what it looked like.
Right.
So as I'm looking, I noticed right by this tree, I was looking up at it at first, but when I started to look down at the ground or toward the ground, I see these 3 animals. And I immediately, it wasn't like the last time where I didn't know what I was looking at. I immediately knew what these were because of the size, because I could see them in relation to the tree, right? And we're talking, just for your audience perspective, I'm about, I would say, half mile from them right now at this point. So far enough out of their, you know, they couldn't see me, right? Plus I was up, like I said, on this ridge. I suppose if they would have looked directly at me, they might have seen me, but they didn't. So I'm watching them, and I notice that as they look like they were kind of playing around this tree. I don't know if they had found something, or they, you know, there was a rabbit they were messing around with, what they were doing, right? I never did find out what they were doing, but I noticed that each of them would take a few steps forward, and when it would stand up and sniff the air like they do, right? And they all like took turns doing that. So I knew they smelled me then. They just hadn't seen me, and they didn't know what direction it was coming from. So I'm standing there, and I thought to myself, well, you've got a decision to make, Brad. I said, I knew right then, I knew for sure that I could pack up everything, turn around, and just cut 2 miles off my hike, and I would more than likely, you know, not have any running with them and make it back, no problem, because I had a half mile start, number one, and number two, they didn't even know where I was. So it was one of those things where you're thinking like, okay, if I just, you know, stop right now, I can avoid this completely.
Yeah.
But being who I am, and I've always wanted to be the guy that proved that these animals existed, right? Because so many people think that we're all full of shit, when the reality is they're the ones that are full of shit because they don't believe, right?
Yeah.
So
that's one thing I can say about you is, you know, not only are you the person that wants to get the photo or the proof, but you, like, from day one, when I met you, you just said, first things first, I don't hunt. I'm not a hunter. I'm an adrenaline junkie. I'm an adrenaline junkie, and I want to get the proof. And that's,
We've said it many times on your show. The only thing I have going for me, I have two attributes that help me. Well, let's just be three. I am somewhat fearless. Some would say that's stupidity, and I'm open to that being the case. Number two, I am really good with a handgun, and it's not because I'm tactically trained. It's just because of the thousands and thousands of hours I've spent at the range. And I can hike pretty good. I've got pretty good endurance. I can hike for, if I needed to, I could probably do 20 miles in a day. Those are the only things I have going for me. I mentioned it in the email. I'm not a hunter. I'm not a woodsman. I don't know all the tricks. That's why I'm so proud of myself, and was getting more and more proud of myself when I was doing this, because I was going deeper and deeper into the forest by myself.
Yeah, and using the compass and stuff like that.
Yeah. Using the compass and, handling myself out there. And even though I hadn't seen anything, I was pretty damn proud of myself for doing it, because I'm not afraid to admit this. People have fears. I had a shark incident when I was a surfer in Southern California. It didn't actually attack me, but I thought it was going to attack me, and it scared the living shit out of me for the rest of my life. And I've never gone in the ocean past my knees since. Never. Yeah. Not once. And so I do have fears, and one of my other fears is getting lost in the woods. I don't know why. I don't know if it was a movie I saw when I was a kid or something, but I have always had this fear of that moment when you realize, oh shit, I'm lost, right? So, and back to the story. So, I'm just telling you guys that so you realize I don't think of myself as some tough guy or, some guy that, bloodthirsty was one of the words that the other show's people called me, right? Which is totally not true. Yeah. But, so I made the decision at that moment, which I would come to regret. I said, and of course you crossed my mind for a brief second. And I thought to myself, well, looking at the terrain, I think I can get within 100 yards or so of these animals and get some really good pictures, right? The problem is, and I don't even know why, you get caught up with adrenaline. Adrenaline is one of those things that it is literally like a drug.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you think to yourself, it makes you think clearly in some ways, but in other ways you don't think things through. And for some reason, it never occurred to me that these three animals that I was watching would not be there when I made the 1,000-yard or so. I can't say it was for sure that, but that's what I'm guessing, about 1,000 yards. About a half a mile was the length of this very shallow valley that I was speaking to you about. And so, for whatever reason, I just assumed, which looking back on it was completely stupid on my part, but I just assumed they would still be in that local area. So I said, okay. So I get up all my gear on. I thought that as I was looking at them, I thought that, okay, I'm trying to gauge, okay, where do I want to come to? I'm trying to see where might be a good spot to stop, maybe 100 or 150 yards from them to try to get picture. So I'm looking, I couldn't see anything because of the angle I was at. Even though I was above it, I wasn't high enough to see actually where I was going to come out at or any of that stuff. So it was kind of a blind decision that I made, but I decided to go ahead and do it. So I put on all my gear, and for your audience, remember, I'm not out there with any type of semi-automatic weapon, not even a semi-automatic handgun. I'm out there with
a 70-year-old bolt action.
80-year-old. It's 1944, an 80-year-old bolt action rifle, but it is in pristine condition. And two revolvers that I had access, because the one on my ankle is just basically like not having it, because there's no way I would have had time to get to it. Right. So basically, I'm out there with a bolt-action rifle and two .357 Magnum revolvers. Now, if you're going up against one of them, that might be adequate, but I'd already seen that there were three of them. So for whatever reason, it was a stupid mistake on my part. Again, it was just because I wanted to be the guy that proves that these animals exist. So I decided I'm going to go down there. I'm going to take the chance, and I'm going to go down there. So I put all my gear on, except for my binoculars, which I left hanging around my neck, and I start walking down there. Now, at first, I wasn't trying to be quiet because I knew I wasn't that close to them yet. But when I got to about, I would say, halfway through the valley, we'll call it, I actually stopped for a second and I thought, I should probably take my backpack off because I can be quieter and I can be more agile if I have to move, right? Yep. But then I realized, well, if you end up having to encounter them and you have to leave, you're not going to stop to grab a backpack. I would stop for a gun no matter what was chasing me. You've learned that about me. But for a backpack, I probably wouldn't have stopped. Some people would say, well, you should stop for anything like that. But some of my gear is really expensive gear, and I didn't want to leave it. That's what it comes down to. I didn't want to leave my gear. So I decided I would just keep the backpack on, even though it meant less mobility and more noise.
Yeah.
So I'm about, I would say roughly, I don't know exactly, but I would say I'm about 500 yards from them at this point. And so this feeling is coming over me where I realize this is not a good idea, right? Because for whatever reason, these things hadn't occurred to me before, but I'm like I just told you, I'm thinking, my God, Brad, you're out here with an old bolt-action rifle and no semi-automatic weapons. You're by yourself. You're on their terrain in an area that they know much better than you. I start thinking about all these things, right? And I hate to admit this because it goes against what I consider myself to be, but I had a panic moment where I'm thinking, oh, shit, right? But now I'm halfway there, right? And so you have that macho part that kicks in. And so I said, okay, well, you know what? Get a hold of yourself. So I decided I'm going to move forward, right? But now I'm being really quiet, and I bring the 03 down off. I had been carrying it just on my shoulder, but I brought it down, and now I'm carrying it. So if I needed it, it was already loaded, by the way. I didn't have to work around into the chamber. I had 6 rounds ready to go. So I start walking, right? And of course, when I got to about, 200 or 300 yards from what I thought would be where they were, of course, everything went silent. Right, that you know how it goes. Everything went silent. There was no birds. There was no bugs. No nothing. Yeah, right. And silence. Now I'm beginning to realize this is a really, really bad idea. So I walk a little further. I must have I probably did get within 100 yards, right? And I'm standing behind this fairly thick tree. And I pull my binoculars up and I start looking because I see the rock and the tree where they were. It was, maybe 100, somewhere between 100 and 150 yards from me. Let's just say that. And I'm looking through my binoculars so I could see right up close. And of course, none of those animals are there now. And so now I'm faced with, okay, I know for sure that they can at least smell me. They may not see me yet, but they can smell me for sure. And so I thought, okay, well, what am I going to do now if I decide to walk to where, if I expose myself out of this valley and I walk up onto that little hill where the tree was, wherever they are, they might be able to see me. So I said, okay, you know what? I gave it a shot, and I pretty much chicken shitted out, right? I said, okay, I'm going to turn around and go back the way I came. But such fear came over me, more fear than in any of my encounters, even the ones in Oklahoma. There was something different this time. It was almost like I realized that I had pushed it one step too far. Yep. And I was scared to the point where my hands were shaking. And so I stopped. I said, okay, you're going to have to get a hold of yourself. No, because if you end up encountering these animals, you can't be in this condition. So I literally stopped. I leaned up again, put my back up against the tree. I took about 5 really deep breaths. And I said, okay, if they haven't seen me, there's still a chance that they just ran off, right? And they're not anywhere near me, and I can just hightail it back, and this will be a good story in and of itself. Yeah. So I start walking, and I don't know how far I got. I can't even remember now, but I got maybe back to the halfway point, of the valley, and I hadn't heard anything. I'm trying to be as quiet as I can, but I'm also moving a lot quicker because I hadn't seen any of them. And I thought, okay, it's more than likely they just ran off, and I'm just being paranoid right now.
Yep.
But as I look to my left, at about the halfway point, or shortly before it, I look to my left, and I can see clearly. It was the most fucking. It was frightening, dude. You're gonna have to edit. I use an F-bomb there. You can edit that.
You're all right, buddy.
So I could see him clearly. He was about 100 yards, or maybe a little less, to my left, and he's standing behind a tree, looking at me like he's peering out from behind the tree. He was on all fours. And he was peering out from behind the tree. And I looked at him, and I immediately froze. And I just looked at him, and we must have had a 10-second stare-off, right, where I'm looking at him. And the rifle was in my hand, but I didn't bring it up to fire at it, right? I just stood there because at that point I was thinking maybe I can just get out of here without having to shoot anything. So I said, okay, well, there's only the one, so I'm just going to keep walking. At this point, I kept telling myself, just get to the ridge and get back up out of this valley, right? So I just started walking. I picked up the pace. I wasn't trying to be quiet anymore because I figured if one knew about me, they all knew about me.
Yeah.
So I keep walking, and I keep looking behind me, and all of a sudden he's gone, right? And I was like, wow, okay, maybe he just ran on. Maybe, he got, because they know what guns are. I have no doubt. They hate the sound of guns. That I know. In my experiences, I've learned that they don't like being shot by them, number one, but they also don't like the sound of them. It scares them.
Right.
So I'm like, okay, well, maybe he just took off, right? And sure enough, when I get to within about 150 yards, I can clearly see the slight embankment going up to the position that I had been just, an hour before, or an hour and a half maybe before, whatever it was. And I noticed that I happened to look to my right. You got a picture of me. I'm standing there. I got sweat dripping off of me. I'm holding this ancient bolt-action World War II rifle, dude, right? I got a bandana on with some fucking Oakley glasses, right?
Yeah.
Just to give your audience a real clear picture. And I happened to look behind me, and about 20 yards to my right and behind me, I see this, well, obviously it turned out to be a Dogman coming up. Now, at first, I thought he had already seen me and he was making his move to me, but I realized by the direction he was walking, he hadn't seen me. So, and I was kind of behind a tree, so I took a couple of quick steps and got behind a tree as best I could. But the reality was, because I had this big backpack on, I was still only probably 3/4 covered. Well, he kept walking, and he got about 3 yards ahead of me. I'm trying to explain this so your audience will understand exactly what I'm talking about. He was about 20 yards to my right, but I had turned to face him, okay? And he was about 3, maybe 4 yards ahead of me. So I was looking at him from behind a tree that was behind him, okay? If that makes sense to your audience. I'm kind of looking around the tree, and I can clearly see him, but because I was behind a tree, he didn't see me. If he would have looked directly at me, he wouldn't have seen me. But it looked to me like he was looking directly at where I was headed. Okay.
Back the way you had just come from an hour or so before.
Right. That's the very embankment that I came down that entered the valley, and he was looking up at it. Right. So I have no doubt he had smelled me.
Yeah.
Right. And I could tell he knew I was somewhere around. He just hadn't, for whatever reason, he hadn't seen me. I don't know. The man upstairs was watching out for me again. Right. So Anyway, I'm watching him, and I don't really know what to do at this point. Right. I'm looking around. I even tried as quietly as I could. I tried to bring my binoculars up and look around to see if it was just him or if the other two were bearing down on me, and I didn't see him. So I thought, okay, well, then right then, as I look over at him, he stood up and he put his head up into the air. And of course, as you know, they have really large heads. Now, the description of this animal, because this was the best description I got when I was looking at him, because I was so focused on him, he was not what I call the German Shepherd or Belgian Malinois type that I had run into before. This this particular animal and all three of them, I think all three of these were either brothers or related in their own little
like pack
somehow. Yeah, they were all together. They operated in conjunction together, right? And they were all young males. I could tell by their genitalia how they wasn't fully developed yet, number one. And number two, they were only, I would say, between 7 and 7.5 feet tall when they stood up. They were like a gray, and they had, there was some, black on them. It's hard, the coloring is hard to describe because there's so many like patchy, colors on them. But he definitely did not. He had a short tail, and he definitely did not look like what I have encountered before. I mean, in a general sense, he did, but not exactly like the, people say, the German Shepherd, right? This didn't look like a German Shepherd. He looked like a wolf with a big head and big teeth. That's how I would describe him. But he had the classic hands that look like what I've described as old people's arthritic hands. Yeah. I could clearly see his hands. And I don't know, I didn't think to pay attention to it because I was in such a panicked mode when it was happening. But I always had made a note, if I ran into one again, I wanted to see how their hands operate when they're running on all fours. Because I always thought it was interesting, like how do they use their hand like a paw when they're running on all fours? Yeah. Right? Yeah, it makes sense. Nobody ever talks about that with these animals. They always just say, they dropped to all fours, or they stood up. But how do their hands don't change, obviously, into a paw. I don't believe, as you know, I don't believe in people, these animals changing appearances. So I've always wondered, like, how do they run on the hand? And I had made a mental note of that, but of course I didn't think about that at the time. But anyway, I digress. So as I'm looking at him, and I looked around and I saw that there were no other animals, he stood up to smell, right? And I knew it was just a matter of time. And there has such strong, which I would come to find out later in the story, how strong their smell is. So I knew when he stood up to smell, it was just a matter of seconds before he turned and looked at me. Well, when he stood up, he lifted his nose up. I mean, he presented a target that I just could not pass up. I mean, we're talking 20. It might not even have been 20 yards. It might have been 17, 18 yards from me. And when he tilted his head up, he just presented a target that even somebody like me that's not really a rifle guy, you can't miss that, that distance. So when he did that, I took a deep breath, aimed, and fired. And his head slammed because I hit him coming from his left, and his head slammed to the right. It was almost like it bounced off of his shoulder, and I could see the blood come out the other side of his head, the blood spray come outside of his head. Okay. And he went down, right? And then, of course, I looked around really quick. I looked around and I didn't see anybody, so I walked over to him, and he was, believe it or not, he was still alive. He was making like a gurgling sound, and his arms were kind of flailing. And I didn't, as bloodthirsty as everybody thinks Brad is, I didn't want him to suffer, right? So I walked up. I got within about 6 or 7 feet. I didn't want his arms to be able to grab me, right? But I got about 6, 7 feet away, chambered another round, and then I put the other one on top of his head, and he died immediately. Okay. So now I'm standing there, and I'm thinking, this is the moment I was telling you about, where I'm thinking, okay, now is the time to get your pictures, right? But something told me, it's just one of those moments where you just know, I don't even know how to explain it other than to say, you just know something is amiss. And I didn't even bother to pull out my camera on my phone. I just immediately turned, because I knew I just knew it. Something was coming, right? I could feel it. They heard the gunshot, something. The intuition. And it's intuition. That's what it was, dude. Almost like a chick, right? They have great intuition. That's kind of how I felt. Yeah. And so I turned I'm looking down at him after I had fired. I'm looking down. I turned to my left, but really far to my left. And I see, coming from the way I had been coming towards the embankment, I see both of them on all fours in that their head is lowered and they're prowling. Anybody who's seen a dog, when the dog is hunting and he's coming up on his prey, he'll lower his head, right? Like a wolf or a dog does, right? Yep. And both of them, they were only maybe 3 feet apart, and they were, I would say, maybe between 40 and 50 yards from me. and they were both walking directly at me with their heads down. So I knew what was coming. There was no doubt in my mind that
Were
they
they
were going to try to kill
silent?
me.
Did you hear any kind of growls?
No,
or nothing?
no, I heard nothing, not a sound, no growls, no nothing. That's how I knew that their intent was
They were in
nothing else but they're
kill
going to kill
mode.
me.
Yeah.
They're going to kill me and eat me, especially now that I've killed one of their brothers or whatever.
Yeah, Not to jump back, but I did want to ask the question, and before I forget,
Sure.
When you initially were looking at that tree and you saw what you saw them, and you know, obviously in amazement because you're looking through your binoculars and you're like, holy shit, there's, you know, I know what these are, but they are not acting like the atypical Dogman that you have seen in the past. They're acting playful, but were you too far to hear if there was any noise being made, like a playful noise or anything?
Yeah, I was a half mile from them. I couldn't hear, and I know they couldn't hear me.
Right.
It's just based on how they acted. But I forgot to mention, thanks for bringing it up. When I first saw them, that's when it occurred to me that they were youngsters, that they weren't fully mature.
Yeah. Not
only because of their size, but just their demeanor. They were playful. They were acting like what puppies would do. Their tails were wagging. I mean, it was not your typical, everybody on your show, the Dogman walking that's 9 feet tall and he's sinister and he's got blood dripping from his. No, these didn't look like that. These look like just large wolves is what they look like. I mean, they turned out to be Dogmen, but when I was looking at them, they looked like I could just tell they were younger. They were not as big, and they still had a youthful demeanor. What would I say? A youthful way about them.
Right. Okay. All right. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to see because I was thinking. I was thinking about that, and I knew that you did have binoculars, but I just, how when you look through binoculars at a distance and you do see something, especially like what you're looking at, it almost appears to be like a movie kind of. You're like, holy shit, what the? Yep. And I just didn't know if, you could. Yep. Hear maybe the slightest whatever or see something that they kind of open their mouth or whatever, but because like you said, they were playful.
Yeah, that's exactly what I would say. They were playful, dude.
Okay. So they were walking side by side 3 feet away.
Yeah, they had their heads down, and they were kind of prowling towards me. That's the word I would use. They were, I could tell what they were getting. They were thinking about eating me. I could just tell, right? Yeah. So I didn't really know what to do at that point. So I took a few steps to my right, so I could get back on the path of going. And I was going to keep backing up. And I was going to start trying to back up towards the embankment so I could get back up onto this ridge. For some reason, I felt like there was safety there just because I would have the upper ground on them. So as they're coming towards me, when I shifted the way, they shifted with me, and they were still coming at me. And they got to be within about, I would say, 10 to 15 yards. And it occurred to me, Jeff, I mean, you want to talk about a moment of like, oh, shit. I realized that I could not stop both of them before if they worked in tandem, right? Mm-hmm. I could not stop both of them with it. If I had my scout squad with a 308 and semi-auto, then yeah, no problem. But I couldn't stop both of them with a bolt action rifle. And I realized it. Yeah. That I was going to have to shoot one of them and take the other one, let him hit me or come at me and try to kill him with my Bowie knife, which I was not looking forward to. So I had already started thinking which one of these, because one of them was slightly bigger than the other. So I was thinking, okay, if they both make a move at me, I'll take the bigger one, then use the rifle to block his advance, try to spin away while I pull my 357 out. That's what I'm thinking. And it didn't happen that way, but that's what I was thinking.
Okay.
So I keep backing up, and they're, it got to the point where they're within 10 yards of me, and I keep swinging. I'm telling you, these animals are intelligent because I kept swinging the rifle from one to the other. And when I would swing it at the one, he would stop, and the other one would keep coming. And then I would swing the rifle over to him, and he would stop, and the other one, we're playing this little game, right? It's almost like they knew that my gun wouldn't fire quick enough to get both of them.
Okay.
I can't explain it to you, but that's exactly. I don't know.
Just that
if you
feeling that
audience.
you had. They were just like taunting you, kind of, because.
Yeah, it was almost like they were saying, "You're going to get one of us, but you're not going to get both."
Right. Now,
And
really quick, just for the audience, when he does say swinging, he's not meaning swinging from the barrel like a bat. He means going from one to the other, looking through the iron sights.
So I was swinging the rifle aim. The aim of my rifle, I was swinging to one, swinging to the other. Not the rifle. I wasn't using it as an expensive bat. No.
Right.
But I finally backed. I didn't even see it, dude. And I'm glad that I didn't hit it hard because I hit my head against it. I backed into a tree and I knew I couldn't go any further, right? Because I would have had to take my eyes off of them. I mean, to try to get your audience to understand, dude, you've got two animals that these, I would say they were both 400 pounds. They were not the 500 and 600 pounds I've encountered before. I would say they were both, or all three of them were probably in the 400 to 450 pound. But still, you have two 450 pound animals coming at you, which is the size of two pumas put together, just to give some clarity on the size, right? 200 to 250 pounds is a good sized puma or mountain lion. So this is twice that. Yeah. Right. And there's two of them coming at me. So I did not want to take my eyes off them at all. And as I backed up into the tree, they were no more than 10 yards from me, right? And so I thought to myself, okay, which one, right? And now I was already bringing the rifle up. I had it in my arms, but I was going to aim for the head on the big one and then try to spin behind it. This is what I'm thinking, right? It didn't happen, but this is what I'm thinking. I'm going to try to spin behind the tree and let the tree, give me a moment just where I can drop my rifle, which kills me to even think about dropping my rifle because of how I am, right? But I was going to drop my rifle, spin behind my tree, and then hope I could pull my 357 out by the time the other one got to me. Well, right at this moment, I hear this, and I know your audience is probably a nice helicopter.
Like,
nice helicopter, Brad, right? So anyway, I hear this helicopter, right? And I looked up just briefly, right? And I saw, and he was maybe 500 feet off the deck. It was a white helicopter. And he went over the top of where we were. Now, I don't think he saw us. He didn't act like he did.
Okay.
I didn't see any. I couldn't see because of where I was when it went over. I couldn't see them who were in the helicopter, but I don't think they could see us either. Okay. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
So, well, when it did that, right, both dogmen kind of stopped for a second, right? And they both looked up, and one of the two stood up, right? And they both took a few steps back from me, right? And then it turned around. It went a ways, and then it turned around. And I think I may have misspoke in the email that I sent you, but it turned around and it made a second pass, right? Yeah. But it was only 300 feet, if I had to guess. It was a football field off the ground, right? I mean, it was low, dude. And it pushed them back. They both, because they had both re-engaged and were starting to come towards me again. And when it came back, they both darted away from me, maybe 15 yards further than they were away from me. And that gave me just enough time to get off that tree. I quickly slung the 03 over my shoulder, and then the helicopter was gone. It went back the way that I was going, right? And so I took that time. I pulled out the 357 that was on my thigh, and I pulled out the one that was under my shoulder, right? And I started walking backwards, and I said, all right, you sons of bitches, if you're going to take me, if you're going to eat me, you're going to be sore when you're doing it, right? That's what I was telling myself, trying to be macho as best I could, right?
Right.
So I backed up that hill, which wasn't easy to do. I'm backing up this embankment because it was about 150 yards, and I just kept, right? And they, for a while, before they started re-engaging me this time, after the second pass of the helicopter, they kind of stayed away like they were confused, it seemed to me anyway, like, well, what was that? What is this? And it allowed me to get maybe 80 to 100 yards because I wasn't running, and I wasn't even going to attempt to run because, first of all, I'm not in the shape that I could run anywhere near 5 miles because, remember, that's about how far I am from my car.
Right.
Number one. Number two, I was too weighted down to run anyway with 60 pounds on me. And number three, these animals were not going to let me just run away, period. So So I came up with a scenario much like I used in Oklahoma when I had a similar scenario with a couple chasing me to make it back to the truck. In Oklahoma, I thought I will fire at them as they get close to me, right? So when I got up the hill to the very area that I had looked and first seen them, I almost was standing like literally in the same spot. When I got up there, I looked down and I could see them totally re-engaging. They weren't in a full run towards me, but they were like what I would call jogging towards me, right? They were on all fours. They didn't really walk that much on two legs the entire time. It was strange. Even though I saw them, they could walk. I saw one of them walk, but most of the time during this encounter, they were on all fours. Mm. So as I got up to the same spot that I had originally seen them in the hour and a half or so before, I looked down and I could see them coming up, and they were jogging, right? And they were picking up speed, right? So I thought, okay, I can't run. There's no way that I'm going to be able to run, right, and outrun these two animals. So I'm just going to walk as fast as I can. And when I hear them getting close, I'm going to turn and fire at them with my revolvers and to try to keep them at bay while I make it back. Now, you want to talk about the longest hour and a half of my life, knowing that they did not try to hide that they weren't like being, stalking or predatory, like hiding behind trees. They were literally right behind me. When I would turn to swing, I would swing around to fire at them. They would either jump behind a tree or duck down to the ground. And like move to the ground. These animals are incredible because they know what guns are. Yeah, it's just I can't even explain it to people who haven't experienced it. They know what a gun is, and
I think it's ingrained. It's ingrained in their brains. Like wild animals have that sense of like we were talking one night about people having something ingrained in their psyche, from just years and generations of things. It's probably ingrained, Yeah,
they know that they cause pain. Yeah. And I also know that they create loud noises and they don't like them.
Right.
So every time I would turn around, I must have fired, I think I said this in the email, I can't remember, but I think I said it in the email, where I must have fired 50 times at them in that hour and a half. Just as I would walk for a couple hundred yards, I would turn and they would be gaining on me. They'd only be 30 or 40 yards from me. I would fire. One of them would jump behind a tree. One of them would just duck down. And I don't think I hit either one of them the entire hour and a half that this game of back and forth between us. I don't think I hit any of them, not even once. Because I never heard any squelching and I never saw any blood, and I didn't see them react in a way that would have led me to believe that I hit them.
Right.
But as the hour and a half went on, I was starting to get more confident because I was getting closer to my car, right? I kept thinking, okay, a little further. I'm tired. I'm thirsty. My feet are beginning to hurt. At one point, I thought real serious about just taking my pack off and saying, okay, you know what? I'll come back and get it. Stashing it under a tree or something, and I'll come back and get it. But I didn't. And so this goes on for an hour and a half. And I finally get to, I would say, maybe half a mile from my car or so, right? And I'm trying to pick up my mind here exactly how it went down. So I get to about a half a mile, and there's a thick tree. And I decide I'm gonna stand behind it, and I'm tired. I'm drained. The adrenaline's gone, dude. I'm just tired now, right? And I realize that I'm at that pivotal point, but the things I do next are going to determine whether I live or die, right? So I put my revolvers in their holsters, and I pulled the 30-06, the 03 off my shoulder, and I say to myself, I don't have as many bullets, but if I can hit one, my strategy changed. I was going to let them come, and I was going to try to kill both of them. That was what I said I was going to do. I'm just going to try to work the bolt as quick as I can, maybe hit the first one at 50 yards, and then by the time the other one's on top of me, I can at least have one round into its head. Right. That's what I'm thinking. So I, make sure that I've got one chambered. I look out from behind this, and they're only 50, 60 yards from me, and they're coming directly. They know exactly where I am. There was no surprise here. They knew exactly where I was. They were coming right at me. So I took a deep breath, said a prayer. I got behind the tree again. Then I popped out behind the tree, and by the time I fired at the one, he was no more than 30 yards from me. And I don't know how I missed him, but he kind of slid. It was kind of comical now that I look back on it. He slid on his hands and his back paws, and I don't know if he hit something, but he tumbled when he was sliding, because I think he thought he was going to get hit with the bullet. He slid, but he tumbled head over. His actual body went all the way over, and he tumbled head over heels. And he kind of, and then it was at that moment, right, that the helicopter makes one more pass, right as this was happening, right as after I shot him and he tumbled, the helicopter, I look up and I could see the writing on the helicopter. I don't know what it said, but there was black writing on the side of the helicopter. It didn't look law enforcement to me. I don't know what it was. I suspect as I get to the end of the story, people will have their opinions about what it was, but I could see the writing on it, and when it went over and after it had tumbled, this particular one, and I know I didn't hit it because I didn't see any blood and it didn't react like it was hit. It just turned and bolted back into the forest. So I noticed that shortly before that the other one, right before I took the shot, that the other one was going far to what would have been my left, and was trying to get between me and the road, right? I mean, I know that's what he was doing, right? Because these animals are somewhat tactical, right?
Oh, yeah, they are tactical.
And he was I knew he went wide of me, way farther than I would have shot, right? So he was like out of, I'd say probably 100 yards to my left, and he was coming. I saw him go by. God, these animals move fast. And he was moving fast, and he got behind me right before I took the shot on the other one. And then the helicopter goes over, he takes off, and I turn, right, and I'm looking for this other animal. And I don't see it, right? So I'm thinking, okay, well, either he took off down the road or, I don't know where he is at this point. So I start walking. My goal now is I'm just trying to make it to the road, right? Except I just feel like if I can get to the road and get out on pavement like that, I'll have a much better chance.
Yeah, there's a sense of safety at that point.
Exactly, a sense of safety. That's what I was looking for. So I notice as I'm walking, though, I see this blur. I look to my right just in time. I don't know if he was behind something. There was all kinds of trees, so he might have just been behind a tree. But I turned, and thank God I still had my rifle in my hand. I hadn't put it on my shoulder yet. I turned, and he wasn't more than 15 or 20 yards from me and closing when I lifted up the rifle, and I hit him. He was on all fours. He wasn't running on two legs. I hit him what would be considered his shoulder, I would imagine. That's how you'd say it was on his left side, my right hand, but his left side. I hit him on the shoulder, and I could tell it did damage simply by the way he reacted, because he tumbled to my right, his left, and it started. And immediately after he tumbled, he got up and he started running, in the same way, not at the very same spot, but in the same direction that his buddy had just ran. And I brought the rifle up. I chambered around and I brought the rifle up. And by the time I brought it up, I had him. If I would have shot, I would have hit him. But he was running away from me at that point. And I thought, you know what? There's no point in me, going any further with this. He's running away. And not only that, dude, I was about to pass out. And as soon as I saw him go into the woods, I kind of like spun on my feet and I dropped to my knees first, and then I slid down to my butt, and the rifle just kind of collapsed into my lap. So I'm kind of sitting Indian style, looking at the direction that he just came from. And I keep looking to make sure he's not coming back. I keep looking behind me. But at that point, had they decided to come back and tag team me at the same time, they would have gotten me. There's no doubt about it, because I had kind of, at that point, I had blown my load.
Yeah, your adrenaline, you've crashed. Like you said, adrenaline is a drug. You're just at your bottom now.
I had reached the end, and I had put up the good fight, but had they made an effort at that point, they probably would have gone. I'm not saying I wouldn't have fought, but they would have probably been able to get me. But fortunately for me, that was the last I saw, as he was like limping as he ran into the woods. And so I sat there for about, it seemed longer than it was. I would say, I don't know, maybe I was sitting there. It was probably 5 minutes. I got up, and God, this is, I'm just re-experiencing, I'm actually sweating right now because I'm experiencing that feeling I had. I got up and my legs were shaking, right? Almost to the point of they buckled underneath me, right? And I threw the 03 over my shoulder, and I turn, and I'm maybe a quarter mile, 3/10 of a mile from the road, right? And I see, it was a complete shock, right? And the helicopter was gone. It had made its 3 passes that I told you about, and it was gone.
Yeah.
And I turn and I start walking towards, and here's this white dude coming directly at me. He's wearing khakis and like a button-down shirt, something you'd see on a golf course. And he's got a military haircut. Pretty decent-looking white guy, but he's my age, maybe even a little older than me. And he's walking towards me, and I'm walking towards him. We're about 100 yards apart, right? He didn't say anything, and as we're getting closer, maybe I'd say like 20 or 30 yards, he says to me, he says, "Hi," like you would just say if you were walking on the street.
Like just random, "Hi."
Yeah, "Hi, how are you?"
Yep.
Right, like that, right? And I kind of nodded at him, and he goes, "All that gunfire from you?" And as he was saying that, I was passing him, right? And I didn't stop, dude, because I knew I could tell by looking at him he was government. What else could he be?
Yeah.
He's dressed like that. He shows up out of nowhere. He looks like that. He's got the military haircut. What else could he be?
Was he armed?
He did. He had a sidearm.
Okay.
But that's it. He didn't have any rifle. Him and his partner, his name was Steve, or he said I could call him Steve, and his partner Darren, they had some, I didn't think I mentioned this in the email, they had some sort of a badge on their waist.
Okay.
I don't remember what, it was a gold badge, but I didn't look, and he, but I do remember, I don't think I mentioned that in the email, I could see that they had a badge on both of their waists, and they had it sighted. They both had, I think they were carrying 40 cals, both of them on their hip.
Okay.
But as I'm walking by him, he says, all that gunfire from you? And I just looked at him with disdain in my voice, and I said, "You know it is," or "You know it was." And I kept walking, and he stops and he says, "Brad, hey, can I talk to you for a minute?" And, or actually, I think he said before that, he said something along the lines of, "Can we talk for a second? We are cleaning up your mess." I think that's what I said, something along those lines that, was it that way? Was it that first, or did I say that after? He asked me, he said, can I talk with you? That's what happened. And I said, what is it? What do you want? What is there to talk about? Right. And he's like, "Well, we are cleaning up your mess. Can you at least talk with me?" And he used my first name. Yeah. So I conceded, and we start walking together, and he's
now walking back out of the woods with you at this point.
Yes, we're walking towards when he said we did come to clean up your mess, I stopped dead in my tracks. Okay. That's right. And I turned and I said, my mess. And then he said, Brad, we know exactly who you are and exactly what you've done, right? And so I'm thinking like, oh shit, right? And I said, well, then you know that I came out here and I didn't, purposely go against the warnings that I've been given or disobey that, right? And he basically said, I know, that's why I'm here. I just want to talk to you about it. And then as we're walking, he said, hey, would you, follow me over to my truck? So, okay. So, we walked a quarter or 3/10 of a mile. Actually, I was probably less than that. It was probably more like a quarter mile to the highway. And he said, how did he put it? He says, oh, where's your car? When we got to the road. And I said, it's parked down the road. And he kind of chuckled and he says, I told my buddy or my partner that was your car. and I said, no, you probably ran my plate and knew that was my car. And he goes, no, actually, Brad, I didn't run. And he goes, I just had a feeling that was your car. And I kind of thought that was strange that he said that. Yeah. And so as we come out and we get to the highway, I noticed that there's another white guy. He's sitting on the gate of an open Ford, what appeared to me anyway was a Ford F-150. And it had its door, the back, what do they call that? I'm not a truck guy. The tailgate? The bed door.
Tailgate?
The what?
The tailgate?
Yeah, the tailgate. There you go. The tailgate was pulled down and he was sitting with his feet dangling. And as we crossed the street, that's when I had said to him, I said, what's your name? And he says, well, you can call me Steve, and then that's Darren over there. And he was like motioned with his head over to his friend. And I nodded over at Darren. I kind of shook my head at him, and he returned it. And then I came up with it. I go, well, I'm not even going to ask what agency you guys are from. And he goes something to the effect, he says, well, that's good that you don't ask because we couldn't tell you even if you did. And I said, well, what is it that you want from me? What's this about? And he said, well, Brad, I need you to listen closely to what I'm about to tell you. So I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, oh my God, right? So I'm nodding and I say, okay, well, I'm listening. And he says, exactly what words did he use? He says, you're the only person that we have come across that has had the number of encounters that you've had with these animals and had lived to tell about it, something along that. I'm trying to remember exactly, but that was the gist of what he was saying. And I said, well, I guess it's just luck, right? And I said, I am pretty good with a handgun, and I guess it's just been luck, or the Father's watching out for me. And he goes, well, I think it's a little more than that. He goes, has it ever crossed your mind that it is a statistical impossibility that one person would have encounters with these animals that are extremely rare in the first place, and yet you've had multiple encounters with them? And I said, well, Steve, I said, it has occurred to me. And he says, well, it's not random. Have you ever, he brought up like a dog, what those dogs are called, I think bloodhounds, I think. Yeah. He said, have you ever noticed how bloodhounds will be attracted to a particular person and yet the other person they'll just completely ignore? And I said, yeah, I have heard of that. And he goes, and he cut me off. I started to say something else, and I think he interrupted me. And he said something like, well, it's almost like they're attracted to a particular scent of a particular person. But and as it relates to these regular dogs, it's in a good way, right? And I said, well, you're not about to give me the story or the BS that these animals like are tracking or following me to my house or something, are you? And he's like, no, that's all bullshit, dude. He said they can't follow you in a car hundreds of miles away. He said, that's ridiculous.
Right.
And I kind of chuckled, and he said, oh, okay. Or I said, okay. And he goes, but what we've discovered is that 3 to 5% of the adult population has a scent that attracts these animals like 10 times more than the other 90% of or 95% of the population. And I was kind of flabbergasted when he said that. I'm like, well, are you telling me then that I'm one of these 3 to 5% of the population, or well, what are you telling me? And he goes, well, not exactly. He says, you're probably, if I had to guess, like in the top 1%. And I said, well, Steve, I said, that actually explains a lot. I told him something along the lines. I said, everybody like in the Dogman community or, Bigfoot or whatever community, they all think I'm a liar, or at the very least an exaggerator. And I followed with, I said something after that. Have I done something, that increases my scent? Is this something that I've done as I've gotten older? And he goes, no, it's something like that. It's something that you're born with. And he said, it's completely natural. It's from birth. You don't do anything to increase it or decrease it. It's just something that they sense and they can smell on you.
Mm. Yeah. When me and you were talking, just for, shits and giggles, like we pheromones kind of like,
Yes, exactly. That's what he was alluding. He didn't say those words, but that's what he was alluding to.
Right.
And, I'm trying to think how the conversation went at that point. Oh yeah. And then he says, have you ever noticed, like, if you had a lot of weird things happen to you, like out in the forest over the course of your life? And I said, well, Steve, I always used his name, and he would kind of chuckle because we both knew that wasn't really his name, right? And I said, well, Steve, actually, I've had a lot of weird things happen to me. And I said, are you talking like besides the fact that I've had 5 Dogman encounters in 3 states? And he and his buddy Darren, they both started chuckling because that was pretty funny, right? I said, you mean besides that? And he said, yeah, besides that. And he goes, have you had a lot of weird things happen to you in your life, like in the outdoors or the woods? And I laughed and I said, well, now that you mention it, I have had a lot of weird things happen to me, both in the outdoors and in the indoors, which is true.
Yeah.
I said, it's been like this my whole life. And he said, well, now you know why. And he followed with, he goes, as far as I know, there's just like a handful of you in the entire country who have actually killed more than one Dogman and lived and actually had a story to tell. And he went on and he said, you've now killed 3. And I immediately stopped him and I said, I haven't killed 3. I've only killed 2. And he goes, no, trust me, you've killed 3. And I know that obviously, right, and I'm the one that experienced it. He must be talking about those we wounded in Oklahoma.
Yeah.
When we got into that big freaking Dogman fight, we'll call it, right? He must be talking about that because there's no other scenario. I didn't fire my gun when had that other one in Arizona that had the angel, if you want to call him that. There was no gunfire there, right? So I knew he had to be talking about the Oklahoma. So let's see what happened after that. Oh yeah, he starts getting into his truck at that point, right? And he says something along the lines of, can I give you a piece of advice? And as he was saying that, Darren walked around to the passenger side of his truck. And then I cut him off and I said, that's it? You came all the way out here to tell me that? And he said, no, there's one other thing. And I said, go ahead. And he goes, if I were you, I'd stop going into any forest or national park altogether. And he could tell by the look I had on my face, right? I'm like, okay. And he goes, it seems like your scent gets stronger as you age. And as you age and your scent gets stronger, you become less able to defend yourself. And boy, those words, it was like cold water, right? Yeah. Somebody cold water throwing on me. And then I knew that he knew exactly who I was, because he says, you're about to be 55 on your next birthday, right? Which is true. I'll be 55 in October. And I shook my head, right? And I nodded, and he looked at me and he says, Brad, your luck is eventually going to run out. So why push it? He said, you can make any decision and do anything you want to do, right? But I'm telling you what I would do. And if I was you, I would stay away from any type of deep forest or national park or anything like that. I mean, why push it? He said, at your age, sooner or later, your luck is going to run out.
Yeah. Yeah.
And when he looked at me, he deadpanned me when he said that, right? Like he knew, the reason that I'm standing here wasn't because I'm some great hunter. A lot of it was, in my opinion, the Father was watching out for me, number one. And number two, I just been really lucky. And I've been able to get in situations where I had the upper hand with these animals. It wasn't like I turned around one time. It never happened where I turned around one time in the forest and he was already on top of me. That's never happened.
Right.
It was always where I had enough distance to where I could defend myself. So he says, I said, so him and his buddy are getting ready. They start their truck and they're getting ready to drive away. And I said, so you're not going to have me sign some NDA or warn me not to tell anybody? And him and Darren, they kind of looked at each other. They both started laughing. And he said, Brad, most people, he says, we pay attention to these things. Most people don't believe you anyway. And the small group of people who do believe you don't really concern us. So he goes, you tell who you want. And he says, this is where you come in, Jeff. He says, you can even go on that guy show from New York if you want. And he smiled when he said it. And I knew, because you're the only person I know in New York. I don't like New York at all in any way, shape, or form.
No,
I knew that he had to have been talking about you, because I don't think
you've only been on one other show, and that other person is not from New York.
Right, exactly. So I said, we're getting to the end, and I said, well, I appreciate you, you telling me all this, man. And he nodded, and before he pulls away, he says, listen to what I told you. He says, because you're going to end up getting yourself killed if you don't. Sooner or later, he reiterated it, right? He said, sooner or later, you're going to find yourself in a situation where you're not going to be able to walk away from. And I said, okay, well, you know what, man, I appreciate you taking the time to tell me that. And he goes, hop in the back of my truck. We'll give you a ride to your car. I said, Donna, because I still don't trust these guys. You never know. These guys take off and take me somewhere and kill me, right?
Some deep underground military base and torture you, some crap like that.
You never know, right?
Yeah.
So I said, no, thanks. I said, I'll walk. I got to decompress. And as he was pulling away, he leaned back and he said, after that, anybody would. Take care. And then he basically pulled away. I waved as he pulled away, and I walked half a mile or so to my car and put my gear in the trunk, trying to think of anything happened, and nothing happened. I got in my car and I drove home. I was home within an hour, maybe an hour and 10 minutes. And just the way that everything happened, it was meant for me to have this encounter, not just with the Dogman, but with this guy. I really believe that they purposely warned me, because maybe like and I hate to say this because it's going to sound like I'm boasting, but I'm really not. I'm just looking at it from their perspective. Maybe they consider me in their own mind, in their own circles, like as some sort of a celebrity because of all these encounters I've had and I've survived, right? And I'm still standing. Maybe they took pity on me and wanted to warn me of what they know and what they haven't told other people, right?
Right. Or maybe they I never thought about this, because you and I have talked about this experience after I shared it with people, and the last couple of times we talked, but it just popped into my head with what you were saying, how they took pity on you, but with the way he said hi to you, like a kind of this hi, I wonder if they almost anticipated you being dead out there.
Well, it's possible. I do believe, like some of your audience believe, that these animals are either chipped or they have some sort of homing device, one of the two, where they know. Although I will say that I had not shot, right? When those, if you recall in the story, the sequence of events, I had not shot that one in the head before the helicopter made its first two passes. It went over us once, went down a half a mile or so, turned around and came back even lower.
Right.
I had not shot that animal.
Right. No, but I'm saying I wonder if they anticipated that you were going to be dead. If they were,
you know what though? You know what, dude? I just thought of something, bro. I did shoot the first one first.
Yeah.
So that means
the second
wow.
one.
Revelation, dude. Revelation. So that means, yeah, but how would they have had I don't know, dude. How would they have had the helicopter out and knowing, and they must have had it out before any of this happened. How did they know that? Would they just happen to be out at that point? I mean, come on, dude. I don't know.
Yeah.
Who knows, dude?
I don't know. Just the way he said hi, and walks in and just hi, kind of, and just it's strange. It could be, there's just a whole different kind of, like with Daniel, you can interpret it as an angel or ultra sexy, huge blonde Fabio, or possibly some sort of Nordic, whatever. But like how, it's weird because this guy just comes out, like he's fresh off the golf course and, just, hi, how are you? Da, da, da. Yeah, it's,
right.
And it just, I'm wondering if they were coming out to help you clean up your mess. Like he said, like they almost anticipated, like you've got that pheromone. They can smell you. And maybe they thought you needed the help. Maybe they were following you. Maybe they had been watching you. Or maybe it's like you said, maybe they expected me to be dead and they were going to be cleaning up my mess. Yeah. Literally me. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then when he saw me, he was surprised, like, hi.
Yeah.
I don't know, dude. It makes me think. But now that I think about it, dude, I'm glad that we went over this. I guess I did shoot the one before that helicopter because I was up against the tree. That's right. And I was already facing the two of them, which means I had already shot. So, yeah, maybe there is something to the chip thing or the homing device because, I mean, what are the odds of a helicopter flying right over the top of us at that moment?
Yep. Yeah.
Wow. I'm glad we went over this, dude, because I had for whatever reason, I was thinking in my head that happened after, but now that I think about it, it didn't.
Yep.
I had already shot the one when it passed over the top of us.
Yeah. And, I wasn't there with you, but, like, just the way you say he said it, and I'm interpreting his hello from the way you're saying it because, I'm thinking, you're mimicking the way he said it. And it just seems like, hey, hi, like a surprise. And, yeah, we're here to clean up your mess. And, like either you did kill one, possibly you got hurt, just whatever. I don't know. It's definitely a very interesting
But he did say after he said hi, though, Jeff, he said, all that gunfire from you?
Yeah.
Like, like he must have heard more than just to me, I took that to mean he's heard more than just the 2 shots.
Yeah, because you were shooting the revolver to get out of there.
I would have only made 2 shots. I would have only made 2 shots in his earshot that he would have been in. And that was when I fired at the one and missed, and he turned and ran. And then there's the last shot I fired, which hit the one in the shoulder, and he tumbled. Those are the only 2 shots he would have said. But he said all that.
Yeah.
Now that you're going.
How did he know that? How did he know that?
Yes, exactly.
With the revolver shooting, because you were walking out 3 miles, whatever.
Right.
With the revolver. So was he out there prior to that with you and just watching you from the afar? And then
or are there speakers out there somewhere? Almost, right?
Who knows? Or unless the helicopter, I don't know, like when it went by, it could hear the rounds, but even that wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, that's interesting. Now that you're really making me go over this in my mind, dude, it's even deeper than I originally thought, dude. But I don't know, man. All I know is that they did. I'm grateful in one respect, because for whatever their motives, whether they were good or bad, they didn't have to come warn me like that.
Yeah.
And they didn't have to do that. They could have just and I wouldn't have known, and I would have,
Yeah, because what if it was some other guy? He might have not, he might have not even had the clearance to share that kind of shit with you. He's just maybe saw you, walked out with you, and just, you when you meet somebody and you talk to them for a few seconds, you get a feeling about somebody. Maybe you got that feeling like, hey, maybe you should think about going back out in these woods. You are going to be 55, and, these, you ever wonder why you've had so many encounters?
Yeah, he said that. I mean, it makes you almost like he was trying to tell me without saying it directly, right? Like, look, man, you are in our circles. You're like a fucking legend, right? I hate to say it like that because I know that sounds like I'm boasting, but I mean, to them, if they know what we think they know about all of us, right? Then they know I'm one of these guys that I really should be dead. Right.
And then by not telling you, not inadvertently, by not telling you, there is plausible deniability right there. I didn't tell him shit. I just said, hey,
might want to think about not going in the woods.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's that's my story, brother. And that's I'm going to follow what they say. I'll close by saying, other than that one scenario, we'll get into that some other time about that I laid out for you, that I might be convinced to go back in if I had my buddy Kevin with me, and maybe you as well. We'll talk about that at another time. But other than that, dude, I'm picking up golf again. I used to play golf all the time. I'm gonna start playing golf again. If I do hike, I'm gonna just hike on really public, where there's still, you see people all the time up and down the trail, and not going into the deep woods anymore. And I mean that too when I say it, dude. I'm not going, even armed, doesn't matter. I'm not going into the deep woods again, because if he took the time to come warn me like that, and they thought I was worthy enough for them to do that, then I should, the way I see it, I should honor that and not push my luck anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, as a friend too, he did give you, at this point, if you do go back out and you don't make it back out of the woods one time, that's on you at that point. That's not on anybody else. I got nobody,
you and I have talked about, I got nobody to blame but myself.
Yep. So
I was warned, and I was warned directly by somebody in the know. So if I choose to go and do it again and I get killed, I very well, the last thought I'm going to have on my head or in my mind before I get eaten is, they told me not to.
Fucking Steve, I should have listened to him.
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah.
So anyway, that was my last encounter, dude, and I couldn't think about anybody else I wanted to share it with other than you and your audience. And everything I just said was absolutely true. Everything I just said was, as best I can remember, exactly how it happened.
And I appreciate you. I appreciate you sending me the email and reaching out. I know people wanted to hear, after sharing the Daniel incident, people enjoy hearing that experience, but I've had you on twice before this, and you've got charisma. You've got this kind of charismatic way to you that so it's always nice having you on.
No, I appreciate it, dude, and I appreciate your audience. And but I'm telling you now, dude, in the capacity of an encounter, barring that one exception, and I'm sure your audience will want to know what that is down the road, but barring that one exception that I told you about, this will definitely, in the capacity of an encounter, I will not be on your show anymore because I'm simply not going to do it. I'm not, and I figured the last time I have an experience, I should share it with the people that have been the nicest to me, and your audience was far nicer than the other show that I was on. Even though the guy that runs that show, we talked about it, he was decent to me, but he also wasn't overly nice to me either. So
right.
But that's all, brother, I got, dude.
It was awesome having you back. I appreciate you coming on, and like you said, this will be the last time, other than if I have you on just to rehash an old experience or whatever. But thank you for sharing this with us, and I appreciate it.
No, I appreciate you having me on, Jeff, and I'd like to say hello to all your audience, and thanks for listening. And we'll stay in touch, you and I, because we've become friends.
Yeah.
So we'll stay in touch, and then if that other thing ever does happen a year or two from now, when your daughter's out of high school, then that may be something that your audience might be interested. That'll be fun.
An interesting event. Yeah, it definitely will.
Then you could see firsthand how these sons of bitches are attracted to me.
Exactly. All right, brother, I'm going to end this. Don't hang up. I want to talk to you a little bit longer.
No problem. Take care, everybody. Thanks for listening.
And this is the experience that the third interview led to. This is not Brad's experience, but an experience that was told to him, which his last encounter and last interview inadvertently ran or kind of helped this one occur. All right, everyone. Tonight I have a really good friend of mine and of the channel. Brad is with us. Brad, how are you tonight?
Hello, Jeff. Glad to be back. Let me say hello to your wonderful audience. Hope everybody's doing well.
Awesome. You and I last spoke, I think, month ago, 2 months ago, and you had made note that you were not going out in the woods anymore. You were done officially after your last experience. You really felt kind of lucky at that one, and it kind of gave you a little wake up call. This isn't your experience. I know you're gonna explain all of it, but I want to, make sure that people really understand that, this is not your experience. You're not a man that goes back on his word. You when you say something, you mean it. So I'm going to turn the mic over to you and let you explain and share.
Okay, well, as Jeff said, this encounter was not my encounter. It had nothing to do with me, even though I do play a part in this. And as we get to that part of the story, your audience and you will see how I do have a small part in this, but not because I was out in the woods or had any type of physical or literal encounter myself. In fact, as usual, it was a strange set of circumstances how this story was related to me. I don't go anywhere, as I said on my last show with you, which was my last encounter, and I hope it will be my last encounter. I don't go anywhere there's not pavement anymore. I don't even go up, even if it's a well-traveled trail. If it's dirt, I won't go up it unless it's paved and that type of thing. And, some people may say that I have become scared and I'm sure there's some truth to that, but everything I've ever said is true. And if you have gone through what I've gone through, it would make you reticent about going into the woods at all, especially after you have some government agent tell you that you really need to quit while you're ahead. Yeah. And so I took that to heart, and that's the reason why I will never, except for the one exception that one of these days we'll have to tell people about, but except for the one exception that you and I know about, I will never go into the woods again. So what I'm going to do is, for your audience, I'm going to read, this story was related to me 2 Fridays ago. And because it took me so long to sit here and write this out, because I was trying to remember everything, I wrote most of it a while ago when it was fresh, and then I finished it today before I sent it to Jeff. So I'm just going to, rather than me trying to remember the sequence of events, I'm just going to read. I hope that's okay with your audience. I'm just going to read the email that I sent to Jeff. Yeah. Because it's fresher, and the facts, I know people think I usually give good details, and I do. I try to remember the best I can, but this was given to me by the people who had this encounter. So again, I want to reiterate, this is not my encounter. I was not there. I wasn't involved in this. This was told to me by 3 gentlemen in a diner. So I'm going to go ahead and start.
Yeah.
And I'm going to read the email that I sent to Jeff, and Jeff has a copy of this. Excuse me. Hey, Jeff, this is your old buddy, Brad. I hope things are well. Everything copacetic over here. Okay, buddy. So first, let me state emphatically, this encounter had nothing to do with me in a physical or literal sense. I only know about it because of a weird set of circumstances. I know that's nothing new as it relates to me. That took place about 2 weeks ago. I believe this happened on Friday, June 28th. I was out running some errands in the late afternoon, and after finishing them, I decided to stop at a local diner for an early dinner. This particular diner closes at 4 o'clock. It's like a lot of old people go there. That's why it closes so early. So I got there about 3:30, had what I normally do when I go there, the Philly cheesesteak and fries. And I was sitting in a booth, and to my direct left were 3 good old boys who appeared to be hunters. They were, big into guns, hunting, camouflage, and outdoors in general. You could tell by looking at them. Turns out this group was normally a foursome, as the older guy who, or what I would call the leader, anyway, he had a son. I misread there. Let me get back to where I was at. Oh, yeah, 2 of them were older guys, probably a little older than me. The third guy was a younger man in his early 30s who turned out to be the son of what I would later call the leader of these guys. They were all salty white guys who were big into guns, hunting, camouflage, and the outdoors in general. Turns out the group is normally a foursome, as the other old guy, who was not the leader, also had a son in his mid-30s who wasn't with them at the diner. Apparently he was still at work and couldn't attend the meal that these 3 were having. These guys had arrived quite a bit before I did, because when I ordered my food, they were already finishing their meals. And as I was eating, I could hear everything they were saying, almost to the point of it irritating me. About halfway through my meal, I noticed their tone changed, and they started speaking where I could just barely hear them. The young guy kept looking around to see if anybody was listening. When he did, I would act like I was looking at my phone. Just about the same time I finished my dinner, I heard the young guy say to the older guys, he was east of the 89 above Flagstaff. The old man said he must have been pretty close to where we were. At this point, I hadn't put it together yet, but I was somewhat interested in what they were saying just because of the location they were talking about. Then the older guy that I called the leader said, Brad must have walked through the sunken valley that we walked through. Naturally, as soon as I heard that, I turned and looked at all 3 of these guys. My first thought was, holy shit, are they talking about me? The older guy continued, it's hard to believe he was out there in that area with a bolt-action rifle after what we encountered. I knew when he said that they were talking about me. The young guy continued, "This guy is either completely fearless or an idiot, or maybe both." And they all laughed. The quiet older man said he has encountered these animals a few times before, but even so, he must have been scared shitless. And as you know, Jeff, I was absolutely scared shitless. They all said some really nice things about me and how brave I was, not even being a hunter or an outdoorsman. They said some other really complimentary things, but for the sake of modesty, I'll move on in the story. At this point, they were getting ready to leave and wanting the waitress to bring their check. So she had brought mine. The diner was closing, and all the servers and the bus people were cleaning tables and refilling all the condiments on the tables. And as I was getting out of the booth with my check, I stopped by their table and I leaned over and I very quietly said, "Excuse me, guys, I'm sorry to interrupt, but by chance, are you guys talking about the Brad who killed the Dogman north and east of Flagstaff in '89? They all seemed surprised and a little suspicious. The young guy completely turned to face me and said, "What is that to you?" Can you imagine my thoughts at that moment, Jeff? I wanted to say, "I'm Brad, knucklehead," but I didn't. And I could understand their apprehension. I said, "You guys must be listeners of Jeff Nadolny's Dogman research channel." I forgot the paranormal part. I knew it had to be your channel because I have never given it to anyone else since leaving the other guy 2 years ago. They all looked at each other and said, "You listen to him?" I said, "Not only do I listen, he and I have become friends." And that did seem to take a bit of the edge off, but the young guy still didn't seem real interested in talking with me. The older guy asked, "Are you a hunter?" I said, "No, just an old surfer from SoCal." I had to give him one hint, right, Jeff, to be fair?
Yeah, absolutely.
The old man continued, and I did that on purpose. That was their hint if they were paying attention. The old man, he continued, "What can we do for you?" And then he paused, like asking my name without asking. And I said, "I'm Brady." And they all gave me their names, and we shook hands. The young guy who was already suspicious of me said, "Brady, that's your name?" I nodded and moved on. They got their check, and we started to get up to move to the register. I just came right out and said, "Can I speak with you guys outside?" They looked at each other kind of tentatively and said, "Okay," collectively. As fate would have it, their car was parked right next to mine. So when we got outside, I leaned up against my car and I began my questioning. Then they all on cue folded their arms, in the universal signal for being defensive, and waited for me to start. I said, "I overheard you guys say that you were up in the same area Brad was east of 89. The old man who did most of the talking from this point forward said, "We walked through the very area he must have walked through because there are no other sunken valleys anywhere in that area. And we were about 5 or 6 miles, give or take, from the highway." I said, "You said you walked through it. Where were you headed?" He said, "We actually were trying to find the area Brad was in. Once we found it, we moved north following a small animal trail." I said, "I forgot to ask, what made you go where Brad went, and what were you intending to do?" The young guy spoke up and said, "We had heard there was a den of these creatures up in that area, and we figured where Brad encountered them was as good a place as any to start looking." I said, "A den? What were you going to do if you found the den?" The other old quiet guy, the older guy who was the quiet one, but he said firmly, quietly but firmly, he said, "Kill Dogman." I said, "You guys were planning on hunting and killing Dogmen?" The leader said, he said to me, "Boy, we didn't plan on killing them. We did kill them." They all chuckled knowingly. I haven't been called a boy in 30 years, but I let it go. I said, "How do you hunt Dogman in a den of them, no less?" The young guy smiled at me and said, "Fully automatic rifles with 40-round magazines," and then started laughing. I couldn't help myself. I said, "Holy shit," and I started laughing too. The old man who was the leader jumped in and said, "You ain't going to tell anybody you're not supposed to, are you, boy?" I said, "No, not anybody I'm not supposed to." I said, I'm a gun guy and I have been my whole life, so forgive me for asking, but how did you guys get a hold of fully automatic weapons? The quiet old man said, I'm a gunsmith. I said, nothing else needs to be said. They proceeded to tell me how the four of them had decided to kill as many of these animals as they could. And just so I'm clear, I didn't motivate these guys to do this hunt. They had been planning this for a long time. What I added was a place to start the search. That's where I come in, not because I was involved or because I motivated to do them or I know these. I don't even know these guys. They used where I had gone on my last encounter to start the search, their search, figuring there must have been a den or at least a population of these animals somewhere within hiking distance. Turns out they were absolutely right. The old man continued. About a week or maybe two after we listened to Brad on the show, we decided to go up there and see if we could find where he'd gone and then branch out from there. We are from that general area, pretty much knew where to start looking and retrace his steps. I said, what are you guys doing here? Meaning where we are. This is in northern Arizona, but a little south of where they live. And he said we needed to stop by the local gun shop to pick up a scope for his rifle, and he pointed to the young guy. He said we went up there heavily armed. All of us had fully automatic ARs and at least 2 handguns each, all 10 mil and 45 ACP. The young guy who's not here also had a .338 Win Mag bolt-action rifle on his back, and this guy, pointing to the other old guy, was carrying a Mossberg 590 12-gauge on his back. We were all carrying at least 5 to 6 40-round magazines. I kind of chuckled and I said, if you're going to go after these animals, you did it right. I continued, so tell me what happened. He said, well, when we got there and arrived, we thought where we thought Brad had been, we didn't see anything or even have the feeling any of them were close. We got to the hill we thought he had initially seen the Dogman on, and we turned left or north. We followed a game trail around the base of these small hills for at least 2 miles. When we got to a plateau with a clearing on top, we looked across at this ridge that was probably a quarter mile directly across from our position. We saw a large, dark gray, almost black wolf sitting on its haunches looking directly at us. The other old guy spoke up and said, I looked through my binoculars at him just to confirm what it was we were seeing. I was certain, as were the rest, that this was a Dogman. The leader interrupted as soon as we looked at him through the binoculars. He bolted down the other side of the ridge, and we began jogging down our hill and then up the other side where he had been. When we got to the very spot he had been, we looked down just in time to see him turn left into a box canyon that had hills on 3 sides and only one way in and one way out without going up steep hills. We followed him into the canyon with guns up and adrenaline pumping, only to lose him completely. He was gone. We scanned around the entire small canyon and finally the youngster. I'm using, just so your audience knows, I'm not using their names because I do not want to get these guys in trouble.
Right.
And so when I'm referring to youngster, there's 2 young guys and 2 older guys, right? We scanned around the small canyon, and finally the youngster saw a small opening, no bigger than a large manhole cover, high up on the hill on the left side. It had some shrubs around it with some fallen pieces of wood in front of the hole. It clearly appeared to be put in front to make the opening less obvious. It was about 30 to 40 feet from the top of the hill. The other youngster had the idea to go up the hill with a .45 in one hand and an M80 in the other. His intention was to toss it into the den to get them to come running out. Meanwhile, the other 3 of us chambered our weapons and stood shoulder to shoulder in the middle of the base of the canyon, pointing up at the den hole. As he climbed up the hill to the far side of the opening, we could see eye shine from the depths of the hole, but only just a little because of the angle we were standing at. When he got about 20 feet from the hole and to the left, he put the .45 down and took out an M80 and a lighter and lit it. He then stood awkwardly because of the incline and threw it into the hole. Time slowed down, and I watched him pick up the .45 and take 2 to 3 steps, and then we heard boom with a strange echo, which I think was because it was inside the hill. Within 2 seconds, as the kid was stumbling down the hill to the base, 6 to 7 dogmen came running out of the hole, barking and growling. We opened up on them, and it was a massacre. We pumped approximately 200 rounds into 6 or 7 dogmen. I said, now this is me talking to him, I said, how do you know it was 200 rounds? He said, because 2 of the 3 of us actually put a second magazine in and emptied them. 80 plus 80 plus 40 equals 200 rounds. This does not include the 16 rounds of 45 ACP the youngster had fired when he got down the hill. We killed 5 of them, and at least 2 were wounded. I lost my track there. Okay, we killed 5 of them, and at least 2 were wounded, but made it back into the den. They had an arm that was attached, but only by some thin ligaments. There was blood everywhere. We basically cut them in half. When we were done firing, we quickly reloaded, expecting a second group to come out, but it never did. The other young guy walked up the other hill on the far side directly behind us to get a look into the hole. He could see eye shine from at least another 6 or 7 animals. It appeared that they weren't interested in any further interaction. We thought about going on a full attack and actually going up and into the hold and finishing the job. I started laughing when he said that. I'm like, these guys, man.
Yeah.
And finishing the job, the other guy said we need to not push our luck, and we started backing out of the canyon, covering each other all the way back to the car. We were anticipating a rear attack the entire time we were moving back to the car. It never came. I said, that is a hell of a story, and thank you for taking it to those animals, and thank you for telling me this. I know you didn't have to. He said, it was nice to tell someone who believes in these sadistic animals. We got to get going, he said. They all said goodbye and climbed into their truck. I said, take care, guys. Make sure you keep listening to the show. I said that because I knew I was going to give this story to you, and so I wanted to, because they're going to know who they were talking to. If they're listening to this show right now, they're going to know who I am. Yeah. They're going to know that they were talking to Brad. Anyway, I said, take care, guys, and make sure you keep listening to the show. The young guy was sitting in the front as they pulled out. And as he faced me, he rolled down his window because he was in the passenger seat. He rolled down his window and said, take care, Brady. And he smiled with like a toothy grin, and they took off. I did get the distinct feeling that he was suspicious about who I was. I got in my car and pulled out. When I caught them at the parking lot driveway as we're getting ready to turn onto the main road, I was right behind them. I saw on the back of their pickup a sticker on the back of their pickup that said, you have to believe, with a picture of Bigfoot. One hell of a story. I was happy to have played a small part in what I call the Highway 89 massacre. My words. Peace out.
Yeah. Now, the reason why he did explain why he narrated it, kind of, when he shared this with me, it was, I think, a couple of days after. It was, I think, still in June. And,
yeah, I think it was either, it was still real fresh in my mind at that time.
Yeah. And I had asked a lot of questions because there was a lot of questions that had popped up. I'm just going to bring a couple of things up that I had asked, because, where they were was where Brad was the last time. He had just went hiking with his bolt action, and he had seen the 2 dogmen on this kind of ridge, and he had kind of seen them playing what appeared to be playing. And I was like, wait, was that where the den was? No, they were, a couple of miles from there?
Yeah. So as it happens, so where I was in this little sunken valley, right, which I talked about in my encounter, they walked through that very same valley, and when they got to the end of that valley on the far side of it, they could see the hill that I was talking about, where the tree was and the rocks, and they looked up on that hill, and they actually, because they were all, they were there with fully automatic weapons, so they weren't really scared or intimidated by anything. So they weren't being quiet or anything. They were just, talking, and they came within probably 50 yards of that hill and were looking up at it. And there was no sign of a dog man, nothing. And so they started following past this little valley, if your audience can picture it, past this little valley, there's like a space of like 100 yards after the tree line stops. And then there's this small, like, I guess you'd call it an animal trail. It's a game trail where small animals use. You can tell that they use it because it's right up against the hills. And so they followed that for 2 miles, roughly, according to him. And when they got to, it kind of led, and they went up onto a plateau. And the reason that they decided to go up on this plateau is because it was pretty clear. There were no trees in the way, so they could get a good view of everything. And when they got up on that plateau, they looked across, and there was like a rolling ridge with a tree on top. And right next to the tree was a Dogman sitting like a dog does on its haunches. It was just huge, right? And it looked at them, and that's when they realized. They looked in the binoculars, and they realized, and then they started following it. And I happened to catch a glimpse of it going to this little box canyon. And when I say little, I mean, this is not like that 8 Canyon story where, the box canyon they're talking about is, 2 miles long and 4 miles wide across. No, this was like a little box canyon that was probably only, based on what I'm hearing him say, maybe 100 yards from one side of the hill to the other.
Mm. That's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. And they, they had the disadvantage, and the advantage. And I remember you and I talking about this because you always want to have the high ground.
Always.
They had the low ground, but they did have automatic rifles. So they did have the advantage.
Yeah, I don't think these animals, at least based on what he told me, and these guys seem like, these guys are, it sounded to me, I don't know these guys, and, like you pointed out, Jeff, the reason that you can tell this story isn't bullshit is because they didn't come up to me.
Right.
Right? They didn't come up to me and start talking about this and volunteer, nor did they know who I was. I overheard this. Yeah. Them talking about this. So to me, their story is incredibly credible, right? Yeah. That's a weird way to say it, but it was a very credible story. And you really, when you get in a situation like that, you always want to be, military tactics dictate that if you can, you at least want to be eye level with your enemy or above them. But there was no way for them to get into that position because they would have had to have been standing with their feet in awkward positions. If they would have been on the hill directly across from where the den hole was, there would have been no way for them to really get accurate shots. And what if one of them stumbled down? So they decided that they were going to stand directly in front of the den hole down, 100 feet or whatever it was. He never did say how far down it was. He said it was about 30 to 40 feet from the top of the hill is where the den hole was. And so they decided to just stand shoulder to shoulder, with fully automatic weapons. And the guy that went up there, he's the guy that was the bravest, to be honest with you. He went up there with a 45 in his hand and actually threw an M80 into this hole. Yeah. And, like you were talking about, that's like an eighth of a stick of dynamite. Yep. Yeah. Which I'm sure pissed them off. And that's why they came out the way that they did. And then they were just standing there waiting. It was a pretty good plan, actually, how they executed it, because as they came out, they just unloaded. You're talking 200 rounds in 5 animals, maybe 6 or 7 animals. So what's that, 30, 35 rounds each? Yeah. Think about that. And we're talking 5.56. We're not talking about handgun ammunition.
Right, right. And, what, like you said, and I said as well right now, this wasn't fresh in your mind like the first time you told me. The first time you told me, it was like, I really think it was 3 days after, because you had sent me an email saying, get a hold of me, but I didn't get the email, and you texted me, are you, what's up, buddy? And then I'm like, I didn't get an email. And then I called you, and then we talked. And so it was about 3 days. So it was pretty fresh.
Oh yeah, I was excited. I was almost more excited with their story than I was with my own. Yeah, because these guys planned this out. This was no accident or happenstance or nothing like that. This was a my part in this, I played a very small part, but my part in this was they just used my story to gauge where they should start their hunt.
Right.
That's really my only part in this, right? It had nothing to do with me. It's just that they said, okay, well, this is where he was. I know they're all three of them or all four of them are from that area. Let's say within 20 miles of that area.
Yeah.
All of them lived. So they're fairly familiar with where it was. And they went up there, and sure enough, it happened. But I don't know. He never did say, the young guy, I wanted to make this clear to your audience, he never did say where he had heard there was a den of them.
Yeah.
But I got the distinct impression from these guys that these guys are serious individuals.
Right.
Like, these guys aren't me that's just a guy with some balls that decides I'm going to go, like I did. I'm going to go hunt a Dogman. These guys I got the distinct feeling that the two older ones are ex-military.
Survivalists, maybe.
Yeah, well, be that or ex-military, maybe ex-special forces. I don't know that they were, but that's just the feeling that they gave me. They didn't seem to have any fear whatsoever of these animals.
Right. They were tactical on the way, because there was, and I remember this because when you told me, my brain was just blown away. But the one thing that made me think how tactical they were is the kid with the bolt action. His dad, when they were backing out, his dad told him to go up on the opposite ridge in case any came out as they were backing out, so he could have a clear shot at them to keep, line of sight on them.
Thank you for bringing that up. I didn't put that in this email that I sent you, but that's true. He was left by himself high up on the other hill, and he had a scoped 338, which is it's a little more powerful than a 30-06. So you're talking about, you hit him in the head with that, it's all over.
Yeah.
But he was up on the side, and then what he did was he covered their exit from the box canyon, and then when they got to the opening of the box canyon, they all spread out and covered him while he came down and ran out. So and then each of them would go 50 yards, and then they would cover each other all their way out. The 2 miles back to the sunken, and then the 5 miles back. They were completely tactical all the way out because, and rightly so, they thought there would be a counterattack. That these guys, these animals are very tactical. They thought that they would marshal their forces, and there'd be 8 or 10 of them would be following them, but they never did.
Right. Excuse me. I might be wrong, but I'm trying to remember because we had a conversation. We talked after you told me this, which was about the length of what you just shared. You and I talked for, I don't know, an hour more about certain things. I remember making a statement. For some reason, I keep thinking like there was no phone. They didn't bring their phones.
No, they didn't. That's true. They didn't bring he didn't tell me that in that, but the young guy, not the leader, but the young guy had said that, because I asked at one point, that's another thing. You got a good memory, dude. That's another thing that I forgot to put in the email. That I asked, was me asking the question. I said, well, how come you guys didn't get pictures? And the young guy said, well, we didn't take our phones.
Right.
And then I thought, that's interesting.
Yeah, because we were talking about how that the two government agents were that one that walked up on you while you were walking out and the other one that was on the back of the truck. How the hell they knew you were there, but they didn't know they were there. And I was like, did you have your phone with you? And you're like, yeah.
And I did.
So maybe that was, because like you said, you had your phone. You were there. You had, had a little skirmish compared to this with it. Helicopter flew over, and then one of these guys came out at you to, address the situation or clean up your mess. But yet, here, there was no kind of repercussion.
I asked him, Jeff. I asked him at the very end of the conversation, and forgive. I hope your audience will forgive me because I did forget quite a few things. That's why I started writing this a couple of weeks ago, but I'd say half of it I did today because I wanted to give it to Jeff. I promised him I'd give it to him. I wanted to keep my word, but I had asked him if he encountered anybody or any like government agency or officer from any, 3-letter agency or anything like that. And he goes, well, why would we? And I said, well, I don't know. I'm just asking, just out of curiosity. And he goes, no, we didn't have our phones. How would anybody know, how would have anybody known we were there?
Right.
So these guys, dude, I'm telling you, these guys were, if I was going to go hunting Dogman, they might, if I could go with these 4 guys, they might convince me to go out there again with them. Let's put it that way.
They went, like you said, you felt that there was something different about the 2 older guys, maybe ex-special forces, whatever, ex-service, but they had one goal in mind, and it wasn't getting pictures. It was, let's go hunt these things.
And they were not apologetic about it. So there's going to be a small part of your audience and a large part of some other people who do these channels audience who are going to completely would hate these guys,
right?
Because they're not about peace and let's go pray to them and get down and ask their permission to these guys are straight up what I would call warriors and just decided, you know what? And I got the feeling that they were longtime listeners.
Well, they've killed, like you and I said, Dogman kill. Like
they're opportunists.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And I think you had asked, or one of them had said, but didn't get into detail, that one of them had seen a Dogman at one time years ago or something like that, but he didn't get into detail, and it wasn't around that area. Like they just used your experience because they were close by.
Right. That's true. One of them had mentioned he was out just hunting. It wasn't a tactical engagement. It was just he was out hunting, and he had seen what he believed was a Dogman. He didn't get close to it. He was far enough away that it didn't see them. He was looking at it through binoculars, but he was convinced from that day forward that these animals existed.
Right. Yeah. To me, this experience, when you told me about it, I was, blown away because I'd never heard anything like it,
This is why, Jeff, let me just say, and I said this on another show one time, and I took a lot of shit for it. The truth is, dude, as evil and wicked as I believe these animals are, and again, I don't think that every single one of them is always thinking about killing humans whenever they get the chance.
Right.
I don't believe that, but I do think they're opportunists, and if they're hungry and you happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, they have no problem tearing you, into shreds.
Yeah.
None. And will drag you back to the den, and they'll all feast on you. I really believe that about them, right?
Yep.
But I said this on another show one time, that when you bring the full power of man to bear, we shouldn't fear these animals, at least not to the degree that we do. They should fear us.
Yeah.
Because this group proves that if 4 guys that know what they're doing, and these guys didn't even have grenades or grenade launchers or just fully automatic weapons, and look at what they did to them. Imagine if we had 12 spec ops guys that had rocket launchers, grenade launchers, fully automatic weapons, hand grenades. I mean, come on. You talking a squad of special forces could wipe out 100 of these animals. No problem.
Yeah, yeah.
And this is why I've never had the attitude that some people, not necessarily just on your show, but other shows have had where, oh my God, we have to be, these animals are we either have to worship them on the one hand, or we have to be so afraid of them that we don't, do live our lives the way that we should. No, it's not that way. We are still, and I know I'm going to take shit for saying this, but we are still the dominant animal, if you will, on this earth.
Yeah. Yeah.
And when we bring our full power to bear, these animals present very little problem.
Right.
Very little.
Like you said, they're opportunistic. They are, like me solo hiking, you solo hiking, or random hikers, Joe Blow that's out in Colorado somewhere that doesn't have a firearm with him. And, like you said, wrong place, wrong time. Bam, opportunistic.
You're in a lot of trouble, dude. You're in a lot of trouble, and it's gotten to me. And I don't want people to say I don't fear them. I do. This is why I'll never go in the woods again.
Right.
But when you're talking about guys like this who have the ability to bring these types of weapons to bear, I mean, I took it like when those animals were looking, when they were all still huddled in that den. And the one kid got up there and looked into the den from across one hill to the other, and he could see them in there. I got the distinct visual in my mind that they were all cowering in there because they knew that if they came out, they were going to get literally cut in half.
Right. Like almost they didn't know what to do.
Right. They were exactly. That's exactly right. Like they didn't know what to do. They were just hoping that these guys wouldn't finish the job.
Right.
And these guys would have been fully capable of doing that. I mean, honestly, I think even if they would have went up there and stood right in front of the hole, I think they would have chopped them into bits.
Yeah.
So, I know that, there's going to be some people that hear this and be like, oh, you're starting, like I heard on the other channel, now it's going to be unsafe for these animals, for us to walk in these areas. It was already unsafe for us to walk in these areas.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
This makes them think, as far as I'm concerned, this makes them think twice about just randomly attacking people because they don't know what type of person this is. Is this one of these people that has these weapons that'll just turn us into hamburger?
Right.
And that's exactly what those were his words, by the way. He said, we turned him into hamburger.
Yeah. It's just, I mean, my view is, these guys went for a mission. They went on a mission, and they wanted to see that if they could do it, and they did. I don't suggest that everybody go out and unless you have the know-how of doing what they did, being a gunsmith and such, but not everybody can, so don't go out with your AR-15 and 4 of your friends with just semi-automatic and think that you're going to get out of there. It's just...
No.
And
these guys were serious individuals, Jeff.
Yeah.
You could tell just by looking at them. They all had that... I don't know if you've ever seen it, but like when you see a special forces guy or an ex-special force, there's an aura about him, like a confidence, like there's no situation that he can't handle. All these guys had that.
Right.
And you can just tell these guys, they put a plan together. They researched what they were going to do. They made their weapons better than what, you and I have access to. And, they drew up a plan and they went and executed it then. And that just goes to show, if nothing else, if you don't agree with anything else I've said tonight, it just goes to show that when 3 or 4 guys get together and decide they're going to do something, it doesn't matter, Bigfoot, reptilian, crawler, whatever. If you have 4 guys that are well armed, that know what they're doing, understand tactical awareness and all that stuff, they're a formidable force no matter what they face.
Yeah, exactly. You said it, and there are people that are going to be upset, like, oh my God, why, but just because someone feels one way doesn't mean they feel the other, like these things are monsters. They are not friendly. They're not like Harry and the fucking Hendersons. You know what I mean?
These are not furry woodland creatures. That's what I used to say all the time. They're not. They and I'm not suggesting that we need to go exterminate every single one of them. However, if it turns out that they are not natural and were not put here by our God, and they're some sort of a hybrid that we created, well, then I have no problem for them being wiped out.
Right. This just shows that they can be.
Yeah, that's another thing too. You know, some of your, I mean, actually, I don't even think it was one of your guests, but some other people have said that, you know, and again, it's possible, you know, that there's some other type of Dogman that is some sort of spiritual, or, you know, I hate to use that word, but, you know, can camouflage itself and bullets don't affect it and all this other crap I've heard. Maybe it's true. I don't know. I mean, if you'd have told me that Dogman existed 5 years ago, I would have laughed in your face, and look at what I've experienced, right? So It's possible, but here's what I know. In my experiences, which have been many, and these guys experience, these animals are completely flesh and bone and can be killed and even massacred.
Yeah.
That's what I know.
Yeah.
Now, whether or not there's another type out there that exists that somehow bullets don't work, okay, maybe, but I've never encountered it.
Right.
That's what I know.
Right. You know what you know, and, you know, I don't know, because I never shot at one. I know what I saw. I don't know what the hell it was. It just was really scary. You know, but the point of this experience was they can be stopped. And they were.
They can be stopped in a big way, Jeff. That's what we learned from this experience.
Yeah.
And again, I don't want anybody to think, you know, this was somehow, you know, I told these guys secretly, because I'm sure I have my haters on your channel and other channels that hate me, and I'm sure he told these guys to go do this. I never saw these guys before. I did not know them.
Right.
I'd never talked to them before. These are people that just so happened to be listeners to your show.
Right.
And I overheard a conversation. And again, they didn't come to me. I went to them.
Yeah.
So what reason would they have to lie about this?
Right. You intruded on their dinner and their story. You know, they're shooting the shit, having their, you know, country fried steak and gravy, and out comes Brady to say, hey, you know, I heard what, and, you know, so 100%.
I'm pretty sure that young guy knew who I was. I don't know it for sure, but I'm pretty sure
Brady is Brad with a Y.
Right.
That's exactly the best part about it too.
He's like, your name's Brady? I said, yeah, and he just kind of smiled at me like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
I gave him hints. I mentioned that I was the
SoCal surfer. Yeah, you did.
So if they listen to this, they're going to know for sure.
Yeah. So, all right, now I want to kind of switch subjects real quick before we end the interview. I was not aware that at one point you had a Bigfoot encounter. I knew of one, but I didn't know of one that was prior to all of your Dogman experience. And Brad and I he's never going back out in the woods ever again, unless, you know, one thing does occur. But we are going to have an upload in the future, maybe not the near future, but in the future, where Brad shares his Bigfoot experience with us. That he had shared.
Go ahead and share. I'm going to go ahead and announce, because I felt like I cheated your audience, because I know you had talked about this last September when I had a Bigfoot encounter in a different place, a separate, not up where I went, where we were just talking about this last encounter that these guys had, but in a different place, more like in central Arizona. I had a Bigfoot encounter, and I was going to tell Jeff about it. And I did tell Jeff about it, but then I panicked because they erased. I had a picture, several pictures actually, of very clear footprints that were 17 inches. And I didn't share this with Jeff because I panicked when they erased the pictures, and then I actually took my phone to the Apple store to find out if I could retrieve them, and they said that those photos, they never existed. They're not in my memory. Well, there's only one group of people that can do something like that.
Yeah.
So I panicked a little bit, and I remembered the warnings that I got. But that last guy made it clear to me that nobody believes me anyway. So I think what Jeff's planning on doing is having me give both of my. These are not fully engaged. Let's put it that way. Encounters with a Bigfoot where like it's a knockdown, drag out. These are just encounters that one was in 2006 or 2007 up at Mount Shasta. I was hiking with somebody that worked for me. And then the other one was last September. I was walking in a different place, hiking in a different place by myself, and I encountered a Bigfoot. But I'll leave the rest of that for the next
so it's going to
show.
be not in the near future, but in the future, because I know you've got some stuff coming up, and but it just, I never knew, and I'm not going to mention the channel or whatever, but I never knew that you had shared this on another channel until last night, and I was like, wait, what? And you're like, yeah.
Well, I wasn't interviewed.
You were
He
interviewed.
just read,
right.
He just read the story.
Right.
That's all.
And it's actually a very interesting experience, but we'll save that for a whole different day.
Yep.
But yeah, this was, thank you for, being a man of your word. And, like I did say, because I had made an announcement, I was like, in a week or whatever, I'm going to have Brad on. And, I said this, people have things that come up. People have, issues and shit, unannounced issues that pop up, and he couldn't come on. But you did. You finally were able to, and you've always been a man of your word.
So your audience knows I'm a financial guy, and there's a lot of things that happen in the market that I have to pay attention to and that I get involved with. And sometimes it gets consuming because I'm in front of my computer screen a lot,
Right.
watching the markets and stuff. I don't want to give away too much of what I do because I don't want anybody showing up at my house. But I'll just say I'm a finance guy, and sometimes that means I have to work a lot longer at my computer during the day, and sometimes even into night. And sometimes with that, I get busy studying charts and stuff like that, and then I don't have the time to rap with Jeff about certain things. Not that I don't want to, but we all have life, and shit happens, right? So,
right. No, I just appreciate it.
I'd get you the story.
Yeah, and I appreciate it. And you've always, you've never said, you're going to come on and not. But except that one time, but there was a valid reason for it, and I completely understood. Which in the near future, you guys will know about it. So,
yeah, I panicked. I absolutely.
Who
panicked.
wouldn't? Who wouldn't?
I don't want to ever find myself on a list, although I'm sure I'm already on some list somewhere. But when they erased those photos, I kind of panicked, as Jeff will tell you. I'm sure he's mentioned it. I panicked a little bit because, when that happens and you're like, wait a minute, I took these photos. I saw them on my phone, and now the Apple people are telling me that these photos were not in the memory nowhere.
Right.
Well, that's a little scary because they should have at least been in my memory.
In your cloud, yeah, or somewhere, but nope. And I remember that day, I've never heard you freaked out, and we've talked for a while, me and you have become friends. And, that day, it was a very short conversation, because you're just like, I'm like, hey, you still coming on? You're like, I'm not coming on. I'm not even going to talk about it. Don't want to talk about it. Done. And I'm like, okay. That's pretty much the conversation.
And I felt I held that feeling for quite a while until last month or 2 months ago now, whenever it was that I had my last encounter, where that guy told me that he just looked at me point blank and said, nobody believes you anyway. You can go on. He even mentioned going on your show. So I was like, that was kind of to me like, okay, they really don't care anymore. So I'm willing to share. Those are the only two other stories I have. I don't have any reptilian stories.
Okay.
I don't have any crawler stories. I don't have any ghost stories or anything. Some of the stuff Jeff's into, the paranormal, I don't have any stuff like that. All I have left is a couple of Bigfoot stories. And I don't want to build them up because they're nothing like the Dogman encounters that I had. These are just but these things did happen. One happened way before I even knew what a Dogman was, and the other one happened last September in a completely different place.
Right.
So, but I'll be glad to share them. We can make a show of it whenever you decide. If you want to wait a few weeks, or
we'll wait a couple weeks or whatever. Let things settle and see how you feel in a couple weeks. But let's end this interview. Obviously, don't hang up because I want to talk to you for a little bit.
Let me say goodbye to your audience.
Absolutely.
I want to thank them for tuning in and listening to me. I appreciate your audience. I read a lot of the comments, and I really appreciate the type of people you have for the most part. And until next time, take care and peace out.
All right. It was awesome having you on. Thank you. All right, folks. That was all of the interviews I've ever done with Brad. I can tell you he has become a friend of mine. He is a super, super real person, just a nice guy, really down to earth, and a genuine person. That's honestly what I like about him the most, is when he and I are talking outside of these experiences and outside of the realm of cryptozoology and the paranormal. He's just a level-headed, down-to-earth guy. Super nice. I hope you guys enjoyed these experiences that I shared with you, compiled together. A lot of people asked, where can I find this? Where can I find that? And I said, you know what? I'm just going to combine them all because in the next week, maybe two, Brad's going to be back on to share his 2 Bigfoot experiences. I'm looking forward to those. Guys, thank you so much for supporting the channel. It is your support, after all, that keeps the channel growing and going, and what gives people like Brad a chance and a place to share their experiences and theories judgment-free, simply treated with the respect that we all deserve. Thank you. That's because of you. Guys, stay safe, happy, healthy, and ever vigilant, keeping an eye on your children, pets, family, and friends. These creatures and events are real. They happen. These things are dangerous. Share this information with those you love and care about, and it may just help save their lives someday. Until next time, never stop asking questions, never stop searching for the truth, and God bless.